The next on the schedule, and almost right on time, is the county clerk. Are you ready
I
to
am ready.
present Mrs.
I'm
County
just gonna
Clerk?
sit right here and do it so I don't have to be on film and don't move it around. Okay, so I'm gonna go down through every line because I don't know how else to do it because I do have a few changes. My phone's the same. Office supplies, I did have to go up 300 only because if y'all look at my supply list, my birth and death paper has gotten very expensive. But to compensate that, I just want to let you know we did almost 3,000 births in a year, which took $65,000, which made $65,000. And it cost this last time when I ordered the paper, and I didn't pay that bill till after I created this. It was $3,188, and I only have $3,000 down for that. But anyway, so I have to order that paper every year, and you can only order it from that vendor, so there's no way to get it any cheaper. So that's the only reason I went up on my supplies, and you'll look at everything what I have to buy. It's all, I've got it broke down so you see why I have to have that funds. And then the record books, I had to go up on that. The last time I ordered record books, they were also right almost exactly $300, and they actually doubled since 2020. I looked at the 2020 invoice and it was $293.06 this year for the two books. I have to have a death and a birth book every year to put in them record because we have to keep them paper no matter what. And elections. So on that election expense, I did try my best. You'll see that I did include also a breakdown of all the election expenses, if y'all have any questions on that. For someone, I did include if we got an EA, and the only thing that makes that different is because an EA would be running the May election, and it would actually cost a lot more to actually run it. Right now, all I do for them is I do program the machine for them, so I do a contract and agreement with them for the machines, and I do make a little bit of a administration fee on that, but they would actually, the entities would actually pay for them elections, but the county would actually make a 10% of that. And I would average probably each one would cost maybe $5,000 to $10,000, I don't know. So that would just be, even though it's, I don't know how to explain that, even though it looks like it's a lot more budgeting, we would actually get that money back. So that having an EA, the county would get, even though I'm having to budget more, we'd get that money back. I know I'm not saying that very professionally, but. So, y'all have any questions on that? I don't know. Well, it is in the packet, and I know y'all probably still have it in front of you about the election administrator. Hopefully y'all have had time to go through that and try to understand that more. It's in your packet, but. And then, of course, the telephone, that's new. We did have it last year. That's for the hotspots that I've started using, and thank goodness I am using that because now there's been controversy about voters being able to vote twice if the poll books weren't talking to each other. I did go up on my conference expense because this year I don't even know. I still have to go to 2 conferences that I've already got lined up, and it's going to be really close. Having enough money, what I budgeted last year. I'm hoping I don't go over that. So I've added a little bit more for that. Because next year, my vital clerk will probably need to go. They're making all my clerks who do vitals do an AOP, which is acknowledgement of paternity. They have to take that training now. And so it's better if they go in person and have that training. So that's the second reason. And then, of course, I had to have my bonds this year for my employees because it's every 2 years. Associated dues are the same. I left miscellaneous the same. So then in my 407 account, and all this is preservation money that I collect every time I file a deed or do a vital statistics. That fund stays in an account. So I always have a little computer expense in case I have to buy a new scanner. And then I always just, that money's there, so I put $6,000 in contingency. In my 049, that's the account where I usually do some kind of restoration or archive project. So last year I did the project of restoring and preserving all my, not all, I think 12 of my birth and death books and my election books. They have not got them finished yet. The project is not finished, so I don't know if I'll be billed this in this 24 budget, or it could be the next 2025 budget. So that's why I went ahead and did that 80,000 in case that happens. If not, I did not have another project to do in 2025 because of that reason. So, and plus just to let that build up to be able to do another project in 26. And then my 052, and I was going to look up how many prescriptions, and I forgot. I know it's over 1,000 now. I think it's getting close. But anyway, that fraud alert that we did and we paid up front for 3 years, it now has come, them 3 years have passed, so now we'll have to pay that fee every year, but it does come out of my archive fee, so that is money that's in there. And then the 90,000 is what pays for my system, for my OPR. So then the back office, the 427 is my back office. Office supplies I left the same, and I did go up just a little bit on conference because I do have a new employee in the back office that will need to go to a probate school. And then there's 2 of them every year, so probably one of the other clerks always goes to one also. And then miscellaneous, I guess I did go up on that. I don't know, not sure why. Put 500. And then my special request, I would like to keep my part-time scanner because she does help me with elections, and we still do not have all our criminal files in the net data system yet. I know every year I say we should get it done this year, but they help me, that person helps me with elections, and she also has, I've been trying to cross-train that person for when I'm shorthanded up front. So this last year, she barely even got to work on them criminal files because of the elections. She's helped me a lot with the elections. If we get an EA, I will give that person up, and then I'll just have the girls in the back, if they ever get caught up, they can work on that, them criminal files. And then, of course, I am asking to create an election administrator. I really think the county has grown so much, and they just keep putting more and more on the election. And then the benefits, it really benefits not only our offices, but it also benefits the voters. Because I know with Brandy, the voter registration is increasing by, 1,000 or 2 every year. And just to help the voters to keep it simple, they got to go to 2 different offices. You don't know how many times a voter will walk in my office and she's talking about getting registered to vote. She walks over there, and then she's got to come back to my office because all of a sudden she wants a ballot by mail, or she has questions about the election. So, and then of course with the entities, having an EA would really help them out. And I do have a few that wanted to come speak, and we told them they would have to wait till we have the open meeting for them to come explain why they really would like to have an election administrator. And then, of course, and all that's in that handout that I gave y'all, and it's in, I think, put it in the packet, why it's important to create. And on our listserv, every week there's 2 or 3 saying they're creating one. Counties are going to EAs. More and more counties have realized it's just too much on the county clerk and the voter registrar. They got offices to run, and it's just, and they, like I was telling you earlier, they just keep adding and adding. The hours have gotten in crazy. The hours they expect us to keep the elections running. I mean, the early voting open. So for 3 or 4 weeks, I'm working 80 to 90 hours a week. If you had an EA, I think they could share in a lot of that responsibility. And I know y'all think I can put it onto some of my clerks, but they have to run my office. if I pulled them over there, then I would be having to wait on customers. So I think that is it. Y'all have any questions on anything?
I'm kind of curious, back to the cost of an EA could partially be paid back by what your budget would be reduced by. Is that what? I'm not saying that right. You would have expense, you would not have expenses that you have now.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have, in my budget, of course, I wouldn't have the $140,000. Yeah, I wouldn't have that budget all in my budget. Of course, the EA's gonna have that budget, so it's still.
Yeah, but it would just be, it wouldn't be like adding a whole new office or anything like that. It would be just shifting the,
I mean, you would have the expense of paying an EA and her employee.
right.
You'd have that expense, but as far as the elections, and I put it in my, in here what they would need. I mean, there's already an office there. I feel like they probably would need a desk. What else did I put in there that they would need?
We'll just simply put,
Just trying to remember.
how much would you save, basically, if you did not have to do elections?
What would you save?
How much would you not spend anymore? Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
Zero. She wouldn't save anything.
okay, so everything she does towards
It
elections.
would just go to somebody
Yeah,
else.
I mean, they would still have to,
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is it would come out of her budget and go someplace else, though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what
But
I'm
she's not
saying.
gonna save anything,
Okay.
but
okay.
time.
But that's what I was getting to.
But what's coming out of her budget that would go to the EA?
Basically, yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, he's asking.
It's
What?
not like just adding $140,000 to the budget to do an EA. It would be reducing her budget somewhat to support an EA.
See, I don't see that.
No, she's
You're
gonna
creating a
move
new
the
office.
$140,000 election expense to a different department, then you're gonna spend extra money on an employee and another employee and whatever those, and office supplies and whatever that employee needs.
Okay, but I guess what I'm getting at is if we went to an EA, the money that was, the election money that was spent in her office would then go to the EA office.
Correct.
Okay,
If I understand it correctly,
Just transfer.
Yeah.
based on your number, we allot $140,000. Is that just out of her office or hers and Brandy's?
Just hers.
Okay, so I'm reading what you provided on operating expense, and it says the amount initially appropriated by the Commissioners Court for operating expense, the Administrator's Office may not be less than the total last appropriated to the county clerk and the county tax assessor collector for functions assigned. So if it was that 140 plus salaries, and that's an EA salary and one or two admin assistant salaries, you're looking at $350,000 or something. That's, and 140 of it, I don't know how we get any, I mean, how you get all that paid back, but it's
Well.
a significant expense.
And just to be open, and it was in the tablet I gave y'all, I didn't think about that because I felt like we do finally have a nice election office over there. We'll hold all the equipment, plenty of room to do testing. The only thing they don't have is because you'd still have to be able to, public to be able to come up and be able to speak to someone, so you would have to make some kind of a window or something. It'd have to be modified somewhat.
Could they not just
To have a reception.
walk into the office?
And they could do that, But you're still gonna, I feel like you're still gonna have to modify it a little bit, but maybe not. That-
How many people come into your office on an annual basis?
Usually it's for ballot by mail most of the time for my office, but I'm talking about for the voter registrar. You got people walking in. Brandy would have to talk on that more
So they take,
about the duties she does because I don't know that part of
the
it.
EA would do the voter registrar too?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
That's the reason you have to take from both offices the total amounts.
And that's
So
what would
it's
help so
140 plus, I don't know
much.
what Brandy, you know what is allotted to your office for elections? Nothing. Okay. The answer is 0 apparently. Okay.
Well, then-
That's what would be so nice for to have both duties because right now the Secretary of State, they're so confused because so many counties have EAs that they send me emails of stuff that they think that I should do, but that's Brandy's duty to do, and it goes back and forth. Like they don't, in some counties that have both of them, the county clerk might do that job. But here, you know, we've been doing it this same for so long, it just gets very confusing for the Secretary of State also. For that office to do everything with elections would simplify for the voters, plus the Secretary of State.
Y'all both have, y'all both have some part-time people or a part-time person?
Yes, we both have a part-time
So
member.
I have a chapter 19 person that is strictly voter. They get paid for chapter 19 funds. They do strictly voter. And that's just maybe 10 to 15 hours a week.
But we did add one person, 2 years ago, that was for elections?
I gave me a person.
A person. So is that a person plus that Title 19, Randy?
Is what I'm sorry.
Is that the full-time person plus the, what'd you say, Title 19 person?
Chapter 19.
Chapter 19 person? See,
But that person doesn't just do the voter stuff. They do everything else as well.
And I don't know if y'all have been in my office lately, I can't even have a chair in my office for the public that needs to come in and talk to me because of ballot by mail. I have no place in my office. I'm gonna get 1,000, probably 1,200 ballot by mail this election. I have no place for all this. I mean, if it was over there, I'd have so much, but I can't have it over there because it's a daily thing that we work on daily, getting them ballot by mails out. And it's a very, very important job to get that correct and get it right. And it also makes it very difficult in my office to do it because there's just no room to put all all these ballot by mails. And I'm supposed to be putting them in ballot boxes. There's not a place for that. It's just my office, and I can't put it downstairs. I know you're thinking I have all this room downstairs, but it has to be locked. It has to be locked up. So I have to lock my office every night to keep that stuff locked up because there's no way I can put it in and out of a ballot box.
Is there anybody in your office right now that helps you with that?
Just my part. Well, 2 or 3 of them help with ballot by mail. Yes, that go into team because there's a lot of steps for that, and then just creating that whole ballot by mail kit. There's a kit for every one of them. So yeah, I do have several that help me do that. I mean, I would have to. It's too much of a job
Well, that's what I'm
not
asking.
to. With the new law, with the voter ID that they have to put on there. I have to drive to voters' homes now because they forget to do something, and if I do it for one, I have to do it for all because I don't want to. It's even hard to explain my ballot board what they have to go through if the voter don't do that, if I don't do that for them. I mean, it's hard to explain. Y'all would have to come in my office and I'd have to show you.
You're driving to people's homes.
Yes.
You know you're way too good at your job, right?
I mean, I want their ballot to count. Because if I don't do that, then the ballot board has to send out emails, they have to call them. They would be here all day. Already they're here almost all day.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm asking? I'm asking if any of your staff spends quite a bit of time on elections where that staff money could be redirected towards an EEA.
Yes.
I'm asking a hard question.
Yes.
he's not talking about that money, he's talking about those people.
Or the money.
I know it's a lot of money, but I think,
No, I mean.
I think the
but I'm
county's
asking
at the
a hard
size
question.
where we need this. I mean, it's up to y'all, but I mean,
Well, I mean,
I will do the job if y'all don't, but I am retired.
Well, the question I'm asking is if there's, like if somebody in your office spends a lot of time on elections, if that position was terminated and those funds were redirected to help into the EA, is there a spot that is used? Somebody working on elections quite a bit to where
Like
they're
I
not
would,
helping the actual
So we
clerk's
can move
office?
to
they're still working on the, we just get behind. I get very behind on my job during elections. That's why I usually work 80 to 90 hours, because I'll end up doing my work after 9, 8 o'clock, after the vote, after the polls close. And the polls that last week have to be open 7 to 7. I have to be here the whole time for that. So I get here at 6 and I'm here till about 9 or 10, because I also have to upload the voters. I got to get them to the sector state. Then I have to wait for that email to come back so I can create the list that I can have on the website by 10 the next morning. Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay.
Back to my question again, okay? I know I'm beating it to death, but election expense, 403, 410. 198,465 this year. That would no longer be in your
Correct.
budget, that would be in.
Correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
so far we're net zero. So if we added an EA, what we're talking about is basically just salaries, an EA salary and an assistant salary.
And this
Okay.
198,000, Judge, that doesn't go away. That
No,
expense
Right.
is with
I didn't say it went
I
away.
think that's what he's saying,
Oh,
though.
okay.
We're just
That
we're
would-
not adding that because it's already there. It's just moving to
Okay.
another
The
department.
startup cost
Yeah.
for an
Okay.
EA would not be there.
Right.
Okay? Because it's already there, basically.
And I wouldn't think there'd be a lot of more supplies. I pretty much, have enough ballot boxes. I mean, of course, there would, well, that's all included in there. And I feel like we have enough equipment now. I mean, we can always use more, because that's why I still have paper ballots, because I don't have enough machines to send out to each precinct to only use the machines, which does make it a little difficult too. Maybe if you got an EA, she could figure out a way to do that, or get a few more machines where we wouldn't have to use both. We could go strictly electronic. And that's why I feel like maybe an EA would have more time to test that and, be able to go to the precincts that day and see how it's working.
Would be
I
their
can't do
job.
that. I can't do that. I've got to be here
That's right.
for,
It would be their
my office
job
is
to
still
do
open.
that.
A lot of counties will close their office. I'm not willing to do that to the
Right.
public. Close my office on election day, because there's too many people that are over there, got appointments for driver's license that have to have a birth certificate.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons we're doubling our birth certificates that we do, because of that reason. People are coming from other counties here because they don't have to wait long to get an appointment, and then they got to come to my office to get a birth certificate because they didn't know they had to have it, even though they have one at home.
So do you have a conference expense for elections?
Yes, that's it. That's
Do you know
in with
roughly
my
what-
conference.
Do you know roughly what that is a year?
It's it's about 1,200 to 1,500.
Okay. We also give a stipend for you for
Yes.
doing that. Do you know what that is?
Yes. What did we say last year? 5,000? Is it 5,000, Shelley? Yeah.
We're gonna find out the other part of the story here.
Yeah, you are going to hear a lot more on this. I think Brandy has,
And then your part-time that helps you with that. And what I'm trying to do is build the number.
right.
So that part-time is 21,000? Or is that for scanning stuff and part-time elections? So if we did half of that?
Yeah, but I'm willing to give that person up completely.
Okay, so that's 21,000 that can go
Yeah.
here. What else would be some,
What, I lost you, I was looking at the schedule.
I'm trying to take the election number, the conference that roughly it would cost, the stipend would come back that we could put into this.
Yeah, because I would give up my stipend.
That could go to.
I would
the-
not give up my phone, because
No, you
I
need
also
that.
use my phone for,
We'd probably have to put the EA, if we did it, we'd have to put a phone there, that's 1,200.
So so you,
I'm trying to build a department.
I know, we got stipend and a part-time.
right, would come on to that. I'm trying to take that money off of her
I got you, I'm
to put into
following.
that to see,
I'm just making my own note.
yeah, we're saving this much here to put here.
That's right.
Or not saving, we're moving.
Right.
But we're gonna have to build some stuff in there. Our telephone,
The telephone, we can hit that, that's gonna be that's gonna be an easy deal if we,
yeah,
once we get to the IT department.
right.
To build your number, you gotta start off with a salary for a EA. And then, if I listen to these two ladies, you're probably looking at 2 administrative assistants.
Let me ask this. If it's one person who doesn't have to deal with your office and can just concentrate on elections and then they can also do the voter registrar part, not have to worry about running the tax assessor office.
Exactly.
Could one person do this job?
Would take one assistant?
At least, yeah.
Okay.
And if that person comes in, it's not as efficient as these two are, it's gonna be 2 or 3 assistants. Once we create this, we can't uncreate it. You can, you can eliminate an EA's position once. I was under the impression you couldn't eliminate it once you created it. Once you went there, you couldn't go back.
The Secretary of State has stopped other counties from doing it because they weren't doing their part. So then it went to like a county clerk or whoever.
Came right back to that clerk who had probably inherited a bigger mess.
Or it just split like it was before.
Okay. I was under the impression you couldn't.
They just sent it today, the newest salary of EAs for all the county. I printed it and didn't go grab it off. I printed it, but I forgot to go grab it. I didn't know if y'all might want to see that.
You've got something out there with average salaries.
Yeah.
How many
I
counties
get
have
that.
EAs now?
God, we just said it the other day. I wrote it down. 90. Not quite.
But again, it's still an unknown because if the EA's not as efficient, you got to commend these ladies. They do a great job. Their staff does a great job. The problem is there's several months out of the year that it becomes extremely stressful and workload increases.
And I find every year that I'm doing something wrong because I don't have time to really study the statutes. I feel like an EA in them off elections, she's going to have time to do a lot of studying, preparing, making sure she's doing everything correct by statute because there's so.
If they're conscientious and they choose to. That's another thing that we don't know. But, and I've shared with both of them very openly, there's probably not an elected official in county government that doesn't have times that the stress load increases tremendously. When they hold a huge trial in district court, I'm sure district clerk, district judge, DA's office, all those stress increases, and they would love to have some relief from that. And I get it. The commissioners, we get those storms. You have events like this happened in Valley View. Our staff goes through some moments. Our staffs get called out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and on holidays. Right now, it's just a challenge on everybody. I mean, it's like my kids. I like to give them everything they ever ask for, but I can only afford so much. And so, again, we've got a lot of discussion to do here yet, but it's going to be a considerable expense above and beyond. And the question becomes, how much can we recoup from the other taxing entities? And can they choose not to use us and not contribute
Right,
to offset that?
that's true, but I don't think any of them will.
Yeah, well, it
Ones I've
depends.
talked to,
It
they
depends
don't.
on what it costs.
Yeah.
I
I don't think they can.
I mean, and some of this, it doesn't say that other counties will set aside money. It says the Commissioners Court shall provide suitable office space, equipment, operating expenses to conduct the office. Doesn't say anything about any of these other entities. So it throws it on us, and once we have it, if I'm an entity, so you're running it anyway, so why should I contribute? Or to some extent. It's just
Right.
a lot of unknowns, but I commend both of you and your staffs for the job that you've done, I
do
don't
wanna
take away
say-
from that at all. I don't discount what you're telling me at all.
Right.
I'm just concerned, as I always am, about paying the bills.
I'm even concerned about the move, switching it over. It's not gonna
And
be
if you inherit
easy,
it back,
but-
if it doesn't go well, and then you
Yeah.
inherit it back, then what kind of mess are you gonna inherit?
Yeah, a huge problem.
Anyway,
But each one of y'all have a part-time or to
Yes.
help with the
Yes.
elections, right?
Yes.
I have, well, mine is more filing, what she does through the week, her office hours, she doesn't actually work during the election time.
I was curious, y'all both help with the election, we get the EA, that should take care of y'all's position, right? So you said a while ago that you probably need 2 assistants, why, if that's what they're focusing strictly on, why would you need 2?
Just
Or
during,
you need 2?
I mean, but during the election time, there's no way one person could do that's, especially down, they're doing voter registration and ballot by mail. They're definitely, and it could be they just need a part-time just during, just a month or 2 during elections.
Well, that's what I was getting at, I mean, y'all manage to do it all, do your job too.
We barely manage, no.
I know what y'all do it.
Yeah, we do it. It's, yeah, it's not, I have no life for about 3 months.
and you
They
still
gotta
need to
go
delegate
there,
more.
You know,
Yeah.
I know that I get it all comes at one time. but-
Right, yeah, it's tough. It's tough and I struggle with it. Am I, is it all getting done correctly because it's so, I'm dealing with, sometimes these last 2 elections, they've pulled a jury, day of election, 2 years in a row. Luckily, both of them did end up getting canceled like a few days before, but still, it was a lot of work I was dealing with the juror cards and just dealing with that right during election time, never fails. But the only other thing I was going to say, y'all talked about this yesterday, and I didn't get to speak up, but because y'all talked about maybe redefining the rules about the overtime pay when it's a holiday. Every year out there's a holiday that runs into one of the elections, and my girls, they have to work their 8-hour day, and then they can't leave. They still have to work another 5 hours to usually 10 or 11 o'clock. And if it was a holiday that week, they do not get paid their time and a half. They just get straight time. And I know y'all talked about that yesterday. So I just wanted to mention that. Also, that happens in my office with the girls. And they get so upset, because they don't have a choice either. I tell them, when I hire them, I say, you have to work elections. If you can't, I'm not going to hire you, because that's part of our job, is to work elections. And 2 of them have to get here at 7 that morning also, because the office, again, has to be open 7 to 7 on election day. So anyway, I just wanted to also put that out there if y'all are still thinking about doing that, making that change.
And
Elizabeth?
And Brandy's the same way on that, right? Your girls don't, they all work their long hours.
Once again, if you had an EA with their own staff, be it 1 person, 2 people, whatever it happened to be, that would take that responsibility away from you and the expense away from you. I'm thinking,
I can concentrate.
the more we talk about this, the more sense it makes monetarily, because I think we're going to start finding areas that we no longer have to come out of your budgets to make up for any additional money that, obviously not the whole thing, but I think it makes more and more sense all the time. And did you find out how many counties have EAs?
I didn't get somebody posted it on the email the other day, and I wrote it down, but I can't find where I wrote
And
that.
the other thing, I think it would be up to us as
I could get that
Commissioners
to you,
Court to
though.
make sure they were doing their job, wouldn't you think?
They report to that board, Judge.
Do what?
They report to that board.
I know,
Commission.
but ultimately, wouldn't it be our responsibility to, why not?
Because there's a elections board.
Okay,
It's not, it would be the board's responsibility.
okay, and that elections board,
County judge, county clerk, county tax assessor, and the 2 county chairs of the political party.
Campaign party chair, you're absolutely right.
Correct.
so that's kind of what I'm getting to.
I mean, y'all would be on the board also.
Yes, yes.
I think it would become apparent right away whether that person were doing their job or not. Don't you think?
And I will be there for 2 more years to help them get through it, to teach them, to train them.
Yep.
So,
And Brandy will be here another 24 years? Oh. I'm still waiting for that. Y'all have that. How many counties have an EA?
she's looking for it, and we will get that to you. I wrote it down because I knew that would be a question. And, I wrote it in here.
Montague County has one, right?
Montague County has one. They're even county-wide, which now they're kind of trying to get away from county-wide. 23 staff. That does sound right. 152, yeah, because they just sent that email. So 152 out of
254, just over half.
And
Of course,
there's
all of them have
and there's
different-
going to be a lot more this year because there's almost
But
every-
well over half.
Yeah, and they'll be way over half after this election when they create, I know at least 10 more that I've seen just recently. They're putting the applications out there to hire and,
The only comparison we can't make is we don't know what their financial position is at each county.
right.
Are they flush with cash? Are they in debt? You know, I mean, same with our benefits package, when we compare things like that, everybody says, oh, such and such county just done something. Well, okay, that's one part of their benefits package. What's the rest of it? You know?
Right,
They
yeah.
gave a raise, but do they have a retirement program? You know, on and on and on.
It's just-
I would think that an EA would be a big service to the county. What do you think? To the people of the county?
Yeah, I
Wouldn't
think
you
it would definitely, yes.
All right. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? All right. Enough on the EA for right now. But thank you all. And we'll hear more about it, I'm sure, when Brandy comes forward. Pam, did you have anything else?
I do not, I think that was
Okay.
it.
Anybody else have any questions for Pam? If not, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we shall go forward with the tax assessor collector.
Okay, so since we ended hers with an EA, I'll just go ahead and start mine with an EA. Of course, I think it's beneficial that we have it for the voters, especially with it being in one office. One of the elections that we have to work is, well, we have to work all the elections, but one of them is the May local election. That's something that she just does the programming for the equipment, but yet we have to be open anytime there is an election. No matter if it is for this county, Denton County, Montague County, Grayson County, if we have any voters in that county, we have to be there. Last year, we were lucky we didn't have anybody in Denton County. This year, we weren't. We had 78 voters, I believe, or something in Denton County, so we had to be there. Those hours vary from 8 to 6, 8 to 7, Saturdays 7 to 7, Sundays 11 to 5. This past year, we had to work the Saturdays and Sundays for the elections while they were there. And it's in statute that my office has to be there and open. I usually do have a skeleton crew on one of the Sundays. I was the only one there.
working, just because it was only one county that was open at that time. So, of course, I think it'd be beneficial for the EA, that way that person can take care of all of the election side, all of the voter registration side, everything, all in one office. You know, they wouldn't have the distractions of trying to run the other parts of the office. They could just focus on the election stuff. When you're talking about as far as salaries and having people, employees, I am willing to give up one of my employees for the EA.
A full?
A full.
She's got a full-time designated for it.
See, that's what I said, it starts to add up, doesn't it?
And then, of course, you have your Chapter 19 fund that you can use for any election stuff.
What is the Chapter 19?
It's funds we get from Secretary of State, and it goes by, you know, one year we might get like, you know, a little bit of money, the next year we get a big sum of money. You know, if you have a temporary person, they can only work 39 weeks out of the year. It's only so many hours per week. You know, I use mine for filing because it is nonstop filing in there. You have to pull, I mean, it's an everyday job. It's not just during elections, it's every day throughout the year that we do voter stuff. You can use it to buy some supplies. You can use that money for the supplies in there. So there's different things you can use it for. You can also use some of it for traveling. We use the big chunk of ours to replace our laptops that we need, our clerks, so that we can look up voters or do our voter registration stuff. Anyway, I just really do think that it is very beneficial to have an EA in this county. I think it's needed.
Randy, you said sometimes you get a little bit, sometimes you get a lot. Can you give me an example of a little bit or a lot over the years?
So like this year we got like 10,000 something, I believe.
Is that a lot?
That's a lot.
Okay, so,
And then last year was like, I want to say like 2,000. But you
Okay.
have so long to use that money up. And it goes by how many new voters you put in, how many address changes. I mean, it's sent, you know, on the changes that you do. Any
Do you go to
questions?
conferences for the election stuff also?
Um,
Or election law?
So we go to conference. We have a election law seminar that we go to in August. We also became members, or one of my clerks and myself became members of the TAEA, and we've been going to that conference. That is really beneficial because it's more just the county clerks, tax assessors, or EAs that are putting that on, and you really do learn a lot from that conference. Any questions on that?
No, I think there will be in a minute, but are you through with your,
No, that was just the
Yeah,
EA part I wanted
that's
to
just the
talk
EA
about.
portion of it.
Yeah,
And you're also willing to give up your $5,000 stipend for the?
I don't have a stipend.
You don't have one? Okay. But the full-time employee?
The full-time employee, yes.
like I say, it's starting to add up, isn't it?
Well, it's there, it's just,
Yeah.
the only one that's not there is the EA that you're gonna have to split out.
the EA and whether or not that person can do it with one or two. And the salary's a perpetual number. Be interested if we had a true number on cost of a EA with salary and benefits.
I don't see it being 90,000.
You don't see it being 90,000? Well, if you pay them 70 with the benefits package, you're bumping 90.
Well, I don't see it being 70.
I don't know whether or not you can hire one.
Okay, the point is, if you start adding up stipend, position, money that you get from the state perhaps, the different ways that you add money up, it sure knocks a big chunk out of that 70,000, 90,000, whatever you want to call it.
I respectfully disagree that it knocks anything off the price of the EA, Judge.
Oh, you don't?
Huh?
You don't see anything off of that?
Not the EA salary itself, no.
Oh, well. what do we
Because,
got?
if she
we can
gives
argue
up-
about-
well-
We can argue about this another time.
Well, no,
okay?
wait a minute, we made a statement that's out there that I believe it may be inaccurate. She's gonna give up an admin person. If we
Right.
get an EA, that's gonna transition immediately to that office. Okay, so now then, that's moot point. $10,000 is, from the state's not a huge amount of money to offset anything, okay? So then the question becomes, in the stipends, the phone stipends, well, there's 5,000 from Pam, I guess is the stipend. But when that's 15,000 I can see toward 80 or 90,000.
And then Pam's got a part-time. So really all we're doing is,
All we're doing is creating an EA and getting the salary.
You're creating a position
we're gonna add
with the
it.
salary.
the
And
EA salary wouldn't be touched yet.
I mean, we're paying our two girls that are doing it now, one's 71 and the other one 75.
the 71, is that one of their admin assistants?
No, that's the tax assessor's salary. 71,000.
Are you suggesting we cut their salary in half
No,
I'm
because
not
they're giving
saying
it
that.
back?
So you're gonna pay an EA more than what you're paying her, and she was doing the job before?
She was doing half the job. She was doing half the job.
She was doing half the job,
That 71 minus 5 would be that real number.
right?
So, yeah, no, I know where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna,
But
I don't
you're
think we
gonna
should
keep,
pay them more than what we're paying them. They were doing the job to begin with.
I don't disagree.
In most of
with-
the county our size, it looks like the average is about 50,000 our size. Now, some of them pay 70, 80, 60,
And how long they been there?
right,
All
yeah.
right, we got a new position. Here's the number, 44,000 or 48, whatever it is. And that's not 90.
That was just an estimate on my part because I don't know what Brandy estimated. 'Cause
I did like 50,000, I think, on mine.
I was including
What
the
is it?
insurance
What's
and all
What's
that.
pennies on somebody making 50?
Um,
I think, because it's gonna take an EA and an admin. The admin is already covered.
Right.
Then that 5,000 stipend would just cover the other expenses that office will have. So then what we would be adding would be whatever salary we chose for the EA.
For the EA, okay. And I asked the question a little bit
And that to him, 'cause these are
earlier.
the counties that are on our
Is
side,
this
what they do.
performing a service for the people of this county?
Yes.
Of course it is.
See,
Okay,
the service
so-
is already being performed.
Yes.
I think it would put these other two elected positions back to doing, not having all the extra in it, which would be improving the service.
Exactly.
we can make things more and more convenient for the taxpayer, but some of them would rather spend a couple extra minutes standing in somebody's office than see a tax increase.
The highest one in our category of our counties, population-wise, is 56,193. The lowest, 31,000.
People with EAs, is that what you're looking at?
Because to me, it's gonna be busy certain times of the year, and then the rest of the year, it's just
Gonna
gonna
be
be
slow.
You're gonna be doing
paperwork and
and
filing
studying.
and stuff. You're
figuring
gonna
out
have
what we got.
Organized.
So they will
I got-
have-
90 stressful days a year.
My office is so, or our election office is so unorganized. I haven't had time to go over there to get it organized from the last election yet because I've been so busy.
But once they get it to that point,
They'll be doing the voter registration stuff every day. That is something that's every single day
10
of the year.
people,
Well, so
20.
you have DPS every day. That's anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30. I mean, and that's Saturdays, Sundays that you have to get caught up on because that comes in every day. Then you have whoever walks in. If you have to build new roads, because new roads are being, neighborhoods are being put in all the time. So that just takes a little bit of time looking at maps and that kind of stuff. So our stuff is every day. You have a certain amount of time you have to get the voter registration cards out to them. You have clocks when people change addresses. You have to send letters out for them to do address confirmation cards. If we have people in suspense, if it's time for us to, delete them out completely. It's an everyday thing.
But the girl you're giving up, that she does that right now,
She does that plus
plus other stuff.
others, yes.
Yeah. So she's just doing this.
She's not helping at registrations at all?
No, she is.
Yeah, so she's,
But if an EA, she would be able to really concentrate on just that, not taking phone calls from the
Everything
public
else.
or anything else. They would just be able to concentrate on election stuff.
Instead of having 3, we got 2. Instead of Pam doing it, you doing it, and her doing it, we're going from 3 to 2.
well, no, because these ladies have both got staff that's doing it. Pam has said at times she's got 2 or 3 people working on it. Okay?
She's
And now-
gonna give
and-
one up, and she's giving a part-time up.
But if you go back to where Jason was headed earlier, if she's got 2 or 3 people that's assisting in this, she may have more staff than she needs when she no longer has that duty.
Yeah, if they're spread thin, so if you can just concentrate it.
Yeah, on one,
think you can
and
put
she
it
might
down to 2.
be able to reduce one. But how many do you use at election night? What's an EA gonna do on election night?
I think, she doesn't have to use my office, but a lot of counties still use the county clerk to help them. And I don't know that she can make my office do that, but if they're getting overtime, they probably would, because we
But
don't.
see, if they're getting
Or they can
overtime.
they can hire their own, it's called the central count station.
But we're
That's
gonna
part
have
of
to
the
pay for
election
it.
expenses.
They can hire their own and probably not pay them as much as we pay my
But
office.
that's a good point. Is that part of the election
That's part of the
expenses?
election expenses, your 148,000 election.
No,
Okay. So somebody's gonna pay those people.
We can move on so we don't get bogged down. We're gonna revisit the EA deal in our extra time.
I'm concerned we're gonna find some surprises.
Just one more point before we move on. I wanted to move on a minute ago, but didn't get to. One more point. You're possibly gonna be gone in 2 years. You're possibly gonna be gone in 4 years. What then? If we don't get somebody to replace you that knows what to do as you do,
Right.
look at what becomes of the voting situation in this county here.
that is
Okay?
what worries me. A new clerk comes in, gets
That's what I'm
elected,
talking
don't even know
about.
anything about my office possibly, to have to learn that and how to do an election. Of course, luckily the first year it's just the amendment election,
I think they learn just like the rest of us.
right?
Well,
I mean,
It'd
that's
be just
right.
like if any of us-
But during that time, what happens to voting in this county right here, okay? There'll be problems. Whereas if we got an EA right away, by the time you all left, that EA would be up to speed or gone, one of the two, and you would have somebody that knew how to run the election without, it'd be a seamless
That's my thought.
type of operation.
But if you deal in theory, that EA could be gone too between now and then. Any of us could be gone tomorrow,
It
you know,
could
and we're, you know, you take any of us,
It could be,
we're
but
not
that EA
irreplaceable.
That EA, it would be their job. That's part of their jobs, okay? I'd say let them do their jobs like they're supposed to do and want to do, rather than spending the time they do. You know how much time that they spend on elections.
Again, I don't take away from them, but both of them are elected, and they knew what the job was when they got elected for it.
That
And both of them agree with that. They know
doesn't
that.
work.
We
you
knew,
know?
but I mean, they've just added more and more over the years that it is getting, I mean,
That-
hard to do both.
That argument doesn't work.
I need
Thank
anything
you.
financially rational doesn't work, but I get it.
Are you ready to move on?
Yeah. Okay, so, my voter certificate line went down because it's not a mass mail out year. Office supplies went down, just, again, it's not a mass mail out year. Subscriptions. I think that went down a little bit. Mileage is the same, conference is the same. I didn't put in for that TAEA conference because that's in South Padre and that was too much money, so I didn't even add that one in there. So I knew that would be too much. The bonds went up because this is election year for my office, so my bond will have to be included in this. As far as miscellaneous, I had added 1160 for I need 3 new desk chairs. As far as I added in there about giving a bilingual employee incentive pay. We checked into this, and it's very important. We do have somebody bilingual in there. We do our best by helping our customers. We try to use Google Translate. Sometimes that's not the best. So I just want to check into this about, I do have one bilingual person in there. Some counties pay anywhere from $20 to $30 per pay period. Some an extra $47 an extra check. There is a test that they have to do. It's called the Berlitz test, I believe. It's over the phone. Elizabeth checked into it. It's something that you would have to pay. It's like about $55 per test to do, if that's something we were interested in. It's not only my office that uses my clerk to come and translate. I have had them go to other offices to translate for those other offices as well. They do have the option if they want to, because it's not required, but some of them have done a marriage in the past. I've had Ray ask for my clerk just to look over something before he posted it on a website or something that was in Spanish. So just to double check that part of it. So she is used quite a bit to translate for us. So I do have a clerk that I would like to kind of reclassify her. She is my third in command. I just want to see if I can bump her salary up between my chief deputy and what my other clerks get paid. She has to know a lot more things than the other clerks do. So I want to check into that. That's what I'm asking for.
Where is that? in salaries?
No, it's
No.
not listed.
Oh, okay.
Asking about a 5% raise for all of my clerks. And then I wanted to talk about the part-time pay for my office. My part-time person has to come in and learn how to do everything just like my full-time person does, except they do not get the pay nor the benefits of everything. It's not a job, a part-time job where I can say, okay, you can only learn this and do these registrations for these people, because that's not how it works in there. You pull a ticket, you come up there, they tell you what you need. Imagine sitting there for 5-10 minutes and then your number gets called. Well, that part-time person gets you, well, I can only do registrations, you have to wait back in line. That's not how it works in there. You have to know how to do everything just like everybody else does. So I just want to see if that part-time pay could be increased a little. And then, of course, I'm asking for the stipend for the extra hours if we don't get an EA for myself on the election part of it, for all the extra hours that I myself work. My staff does get paid the comp time, which is either straight time or time and a half, but I don't. And I think that's it.
Anybody have any questions for Randy?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much.
y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Enjoy your brownies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
District Clerk.
Good morning, good morning. Okay, so on the general fund, pretty much has stayed the same with the exception of our bonds, because this is the deputy clerk's dishonesty bond for errors and omissions bond is due every 2 years, and it happens to be this year, same as Pam's. And I think in the preliminary, I had originally put to raise my, for the law books or whatever up, but since this is an non-legislative year, then we're going to keep that at $900. The 032, this is the preservation line. This is the one where I have my part-time scanner clerk in this, and I do request that we do get to keep that part-time scanner. Get to that real quick. So currently, where we are in our scanning, in-house scanning, this position is a 29-hour position. Currently, civil cases have been scanned back to 1984. Our criminals are scanned back to 1993, and the tax cases are back to 1968. And I think that is the same number I gave you last year, because we started focusing on the criminal and the civil. Approximately 4 years on a docket is being scanned per year, is about what we're getting scanned on that. Some cases may be paper thin, the next case may be a box thick, so it's hard to say how much, each case may have in it. So it's just basically, it's about 4 years that we're getting scanned in a year. We still got a long ways to go to get back to 1920. This line also has the the archive and restoration that we did. That was the co-file project that we've got going. That is still moving through pretty steadily. They haven't given me an exact date when we should get those back, but I'm hoping that we will get those back maybe mid-year next year. They have been very gracious, and anything that we have to have, they go and find that record and go ahead and get it worked so that we can get it to the people who are asking for it. The 050, this is the records management. I had a blooper on there. I put 20,000. It should be 2,000, but that doesn't really reflect. It kind of stays in the contingency line on that. The 051, that's my archives. I've got supplies. All of that stays the same. That doesn't really affect the general budget. But I would like to go back and speak to you guys a little bit on the deputy clerk's salaries. On here, I've asked, on there I did ask for at least a 5% pay salary increase, but when I was in my preliminary, I did mention that looking at neighboring county, and I say county, the salaries are way off, and I do understand certain things that go along with that, but what I'm asking for is a title salary adjustment, and I do have this. If you would like to have a copy of this that I'm kind of going to go over briefly, but then you'll have it in writing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please. You want one? So, a deputy is not just a clerk. There is a difference between a deputy and a clerk. When I'm speaking of deputies right now, I'm going to be speaking deputy district clerks. That's not going to be any variance between a deputy county clerk or so forth. But what I'm going to speak about is the deputy district clerks. We do serve the highest court in the county. We serve multiple judges. There are 4 judges that we have to work with. These ladies have to know how each judge wants things. Not every judge wants things the same way. We do obviously the 235th for Judge Haverkamp. We have the Child Protection Court, which is Judge Vaughn. We have Judge Jennings, who does the child support, associate court. And then Judge Morris in County Court of Law does our pro se uncontested divorces and adult name changes and things like that. These ladies are considered quasi-legal assistants, and if you don't know what that means, basically it is not exactly alike, but almost like a legal assistant. These ladies have to be familiar with legal terms. They have to understand the statutes, which do change every 2 years. The responsibilities of the deputy clerks are higher because they have a higher burden of responsibilities as people's lives and liberties are at stake. These ladies handle passports, and in handling passports, you are dealing with the U.S. Department of State, Homeland Security, and you have to have credentials to accept that. They have to have yearly recertifications in order to do that. We have to have OAG, Office of Attorney General certification, because we handle the child support
paperwork that goes to them, and they have to be recertified yearly on that. That also requires a background, that also requires fingerprinting and things of that nature. These ladies have to be under a dishonesty bond, which are not like a regular clerk or admin assistants. This is under the Texas Government Code, Chapter 2259. They have to be bonded against liabilities incurred through errors and omissions, which we just talked about that. These ladies are also required to take an official oath under the Texas Government Code 51.309A. And it has to be in writing, and it has to be recorded with the county clerk's office. The e-filing process has grown, continues to grow. Essentially, it was supposed to make things somewhat smoother. Back in the day, cases would walk in the door and be filed only between 8 and 5. Now, e-filing makes it where they are filed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It doesn't stop. Attorneys are working during the night. We come in, it's loaded. The Supreme Court had an order mandate in 2012, and that was where it mandated the attorneys to file e-filing. This does not apply to a pro se or self-represented individual. Therefore, it requires this office to do a dual business process, meaning we have to still accept through e-file, and we still have to accept in-person people who come in as a pro se litigant or self-represented. These ladies also, under the Texas Supreme Court that just came down, again, another order that mandates the clerks to do additional e-filing and so forth that comes in. The e-filing mandate requires the clerk to adhere to the e-file acceptance by the Office of Court Administration, which requires the clerks to act as a paralegal in reviewing documents supported, and they have to know what to accept, if it's in the right language format, if the documents are in proper order and so forth, and they have to be able to reject or accept and therefore notify that individual or attorney that why they were rejected or so forth. This mandate also requires that the clerks then send all orders, notices, and other documents electronically or via email to all individuals now. So there's added things that they've added on to these mandates. And, you know, my office, we strive very hard for the people, and we work very hard for the people. And I put it here just as plain as I could. Service is not what we do, it's who we are. This office continues to provide exceptional customer service with an inviting atmosphere so that all feel comfortable dealing with an uncomfortable situation. These ladies endure people who come in crying on their shoulders, people who are yelling at them, people that are just looking for direction. So not only are they having to act as paralegals, but they are also having to de-escalate situations so that we can provide the service that is needed. The neighboring county, Montague, they pay their district deputy clerks $11,266 more than what our clerks are making. I'm not asking for that. What I would like to have is at least a base salary of $2,000 that sets these ladies above your average clerk who does not have the responsibility level that these ladies have. I know in the past there has been adjustments for the coordinators and so forth because they work for the higher courts and so forth. I think it's time that we recognize the deputy clerks as their title, deputy clerks, and not as just a clerk. And so I'm asking for that base salary adjustment based on their title. Do we have any questions?
Questions?
What was the amount again that you were asking for for the deputy clerks?
So right now, I think they make, let me pull that up, $36,815, and I would like for that base salary to be $38,000.
Is that in addition to the 5%, Marcy?
I would, if you're going to give a 5%, you know, to all the other employees, I would ask that remains. But, I mean, if I could go out and get a grant to help this, I would certainly do that. I know that's not feasible, but I just think these ladies, these deputies are truly entitled for their work that they do and that they put forth. So they are expected and asked to do things that an average scanning clerk or something like that, they get paid the same thing, but they don't have the responsibility level. They don't have to be bonded and they don't have to be under an oath. These ladies sign our names, and I think Pam can attest for that as well. But they actually sign our names on documents, so they're having to hold up an official stuff.
Sounds good to me. Any other questions for Marcy? How many clerks is that? Deputy clerks, excuse me?
I do have 6
6.
that we're looking at 12,000.
Plus benefits.
I'm sorry.
Plus benefits.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Right.
I suspect if that's not the only deputies in the courthouse, or offices that have deputy titles in the
I
courthouse.
think mine and Pam's are the only 2 offices that are deputy clerks.
I have 6 also.
And like I said, in my presentation, I was talking about deputy district clerks, but a deputy is a deputy. And I know the work that Pam's ladies do too. They also have to deal with lives and liberties. Our lives and liberties, we have to deal with the paperwork that terminates parental rights. We, deal with people who are sending people to life sentences in prison. And, there's a lot of responsibility on that paperwork. And it's just different. It's different than just a clerk. So, all right. Any other questions? I appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bridges, your turn. You're up.
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you a little bit about our presumptive continuation of our rural addressing. I'm not sure what paperwork, if any, you have in front of you. I know I had a conversation with Judge and Shelley, I think back in April, intimating that primarily based upon 2 factors. Number one, a significant degree of additional hours being spent processing our current interlocal agreement here in Cooke County. We've seen a pretty significant uptick in not just the number of addressing requests that are coming in from our rural areas, but also the time associated with providing follow-up technical assistance. A lot of additional addressing verifications. As you guys know, as development is continuing to grow in Cooke County, so too are the demands on our ability to continue to provide that high-level service. The other factor that is contributing to this is, for a number of years, we were in a position to be able to rely upon additional state resources to help subsidize the cost of this program. That opportunity is no longer afforded us. And as such, we really find ourselves in a position where in order for us to be able to continue to provide services to Cooke County, as described by the proposed ILA, we need to kind of compartmentalize those costs. We've determined that we need to dedicate a full-time person specifically to service these agreements. And we have agreements not just with Cooke County, we have other counties and other communities that are part of that as well. We're having conversations with them all as we're seeing, as you can imagine, an increase in activity in all of our jurisdictions. So combination of additional workload, additional operational costs with our software and our hardware, all of the improvements and enhancements we need to make there, as well as, unfortunately, the loss of additional resources that we had from the state to subsidize this. Again, we find ourselves in a position where, in order for us to feel confident that we can continue to provide optimal service, we need to increase our ask. So I respectfully, in my correspondence, am requesting consideration of an elevation to our rural addressing part of the contract to $50,000. We are in a position to reduce. You also, as a component to that, have access to our customized flex viewer. We're willing to provide that service at a little smaller charge. That's potentially something that we can consider eliminating as a potential consideration on our ask as well, since that is a static cost. County already has access to that. The only modification or consideration would be if we end up being requested to make modifications to the data on that. We would have to, obviously we would have to bill for that. But in terms of any potential, kind of what happens or any other potential considerations, again, we're in the process right now of doing a top to bottom assessment of this program across the board. We've got two staff that are dedicating a combination of more than a full-time equivalent to managing this contract. Right now, we're having to dip over into some of our other discretionary dollars to supplement the expenses and costs associated with this. So our board of directors has made it clear to me that their preference is to, if we continue to provide this, is to ultimately compartmentalize this activity and have it pay for itself. Thus the impetus for coming back and asking for the request.
How much of an increase is that, sir?
I think your current, correct me if I'm wrong, I think your current contract in total is 28,400 and change. So this would be going from 28,424, I believe, to 52,200. So it's a pretty significant increase. That provides us with, again, that cost is shared. That will enable us to bring on a full-time dedicated person to do nothing but process and to manage all of our contract. That allows us to make necessary upgrades with computer equipment, expand our GIS database, and also compartmentalize the cost of software. So we have personnel, hardware, software, and then other operational costs that are all part of that.
Yeah, I think last year we talked about maybe going back and reviewing and seeing how many users we had, software users. Did we follow up on that?
We did. I know we have the number of users that we currently have access, that are able to access that map viewer, I think are 22. And I believe we reset that from a higher number based upon an historical review of how many seats traditionally we're using that. I can go back and look to see. That number seems high. I mean, I know that's the number of reserved seats that we have for access, but that's something that we can go back and look at again if that number is high.
I'm just curious, I know we talked about it, and I may have heard since then, but are we fully utilizing it? You know, if we're
Yeah, I
paying
mean-
for 22
We're
users?
paying less than we have in the past for that.
Okay.
Yeah, that cost is, to be perfectly candid, there's not a lot of, most of that is just software and database and a little bit of staff time. I mean, that's a fairly static tool. Where there would be any potential increase would be if either more people were requesting access and utilizing that, or if we needed to make modifications to the data that are driving that. So, you know, within the construct of looking at that element, because there's two elements to our current ILA. There's the map viewer and then there's the addressing. Far and away, as you can imagine, the vast majority of our staff time is on the addressing piece. That's where our cost is.
How has the workload increased over the, did I miss that, or?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we're obviously seeing a lot more in terms of actual numbers of requests. In a lot of areas where they're linked to neighborhood or subdivision development, those requests come in multitudes. For instance, a year ago, we would get one or two addressing requests from an individual. Now we're seeing 4, 5, and 6. A lot of them are coming in from developers. So it's just taking a lot more time for the staff to navigate through all of those applications. You know, we spent a lot of time this last year streamlining our application process. Our applications are done completely, totally online. So we've tried to simplify that process to make it easier for people that are applying to apply correctly with the data they have. Now, we've seen some efficiencies in that, and that has paid off, but in many cases, people will apply, and then we're spending time following up, asking for additional information and clarification. So, you know, it's an increase in numbers of applications, it's an increase in requests for verifications, but a lot of it is also just spending more hours with individual applicants getting to that point. And we don't want to get to a point in time where people are applying and then sitting and waiting for a disproportionate amount of time before they hear something back. So we're committing as much time as we can to navigate and to move through those applications. But if we don't have not having a full-time dedicated person, it makes it hard for us to be able to do that. And it's coming at the expense of some of the other activities that we need to be paying attention to as well.
Just about guess you could tell where the growth is occurring in the county by the request for addressing, and I would think that here in Cooke County it would be advancing from the southeast is what everybody tells us. So.
Yeah, and as you know, our services are limited to the rural unincorporated areas of Cooke County.
Right.
We have made some exceptions to that where there's been capacity issues in some of the other smaller incorporated areas, but for the most part, we're obviously not serving Gainesville and some of the other large cities. They have their own capacity. And that's really what most if not all the jurisdictions that are not covered under our service contracts provide that service internally with their own staff.
Questions?
I don't think so.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you
you very
very
much for your
much.
consideration, gentlemen. If there's anything I can follow up on, let me know.
And thanks
Thank
for
you.
making
All
the
right.
trip, both of you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Constable Precinct 2. He's in the hospital. He said he's gonna spend most of the week there.
Gentlemen, let me explain something to you. If you probably don't see me every day, you'd probably forget it, but I'm having a hard time to hear him. So if you want to talk to me, please raise your volume up just a little bit. It's part of growing old, so you'll understand. I'm here to ask for approval on my budget for this year. If you have any questions about what you're seeing in front of you, then please feel free to ask.
We won't.
Pardon me?
We won't.
Whatever I have written down. I don't memorize any of this stuff, folks.
On the radio, Chuck,
I'm sorry?
on the radio, that you've got money in here for, got a request for a radio?
Okay, let me explain that to you. That was presented to me on behalf of trying to support another office. I agreed to go for that radio.
Okay,
But it's something I can do without if the funds are not there.
We talked to Carroll yesterday, and he's willing to pay for that out of his tech fund,
Okay,
so shouldn't be a problem.
okay.
The only thing on the whole budget that I would ask you to reduce is I'd like to see you leave your ammo at 450 instead of 500.
I'm sorry.
I said personally, the only thing on the budget that I would like to see you change is reduce your ammo from 500 back to the 450.
Done. I have no problem with that.
That was easy.
We'll have to be sure and follow up and get a PO for the radio. And Shelley and them know how, that'll have to come from Motorola, so they can probably help you with the PO itself. And we've got a couple, of maybe as many as 7, so we'll probably order them all at one time.
Everything else looks the same.
You what?
Everything else looks the same.
Salary.
Yeah, but we'll deal with all them.
We'll address that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fuel today is low. The fuel today is low, going up 1,000 in fuel. Did you notice that, Gary?
I did.
Obviously, leave it that way and see what it does.
I mean, if he don't spend it, it's gonna be there. But, I mean, it's a good point, I mean, but look at uniforms, see, there's 400 there in uniforms, but that hadn't been used. I mean, I could pick on them, but, I mean, that'd be,
I'm not picking on them, I'm just
Well, I
wondering
mean,
if
I
we need
could address them, but I mean,
Under uniforms, he wants 2 badges at $200 each.
to what?
Badges that say constable's office.
Oh,
You'll have to understand something. Coming from me, I'd much rather go into a bar and break up a fight than I would come ask for money. I come from a corporate world, and we do what we had to do and then justify afterwards. So asking for money in advance is hard for me. Because most of the time, I don't know I need something until after the fact, and then I don't have anything to spend on it. So.
all right. I don't think we need anything else, do we?
How are you at selling mowers?
I'm sorry.
How are you at selling mowers?
Pardon
Lawn
me.
mowers.
Pardon. Think this here, they done later.
Said, how are you at selling lawn mowers? Private
Well,
road.
actually, lawnmowers are not my, any part of my history, other than ones that I used for my own house. But when somebody stuffs paper under the motor of it, and then I have to try to sell it, it creates a little bit of a problem. And for the rest of y'all who don't understand that, come to me and I'll tell you the story on it.
You had to prove it worked.
I'm sorry?
You had to prove that it worked.
Before you can sell it, you do, yes. You sure do.
That's right. Okay, miscellaneous. What is your miscellaneous?
What is my miscellaneous?
Yeah.
I just tried to explain that to you. I don't know I need anything until I need it.
Okay,
That's my miscellaneous.
okay.
I don't sit down and write a book about what I need. Most of the time, and I'm going to be honest with you here, most of the times when I need something, I just go out and pay for it out of my own pocket. It's easier for me to do it that way than it is to come here and to justify why I need it.
Any questions for Chuck?
I think so. I'm good. Anybody else?
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck.
You bet.
Library.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
You're halfway through day 2, right?
Not yet,
we wish.
not yet.
I'm trying to be optimistic
We
for
will
you.
when you're through, so.
So, in the regular budget, my 001650 budget, I asked for a $50 increase in subscriptions. Unfortunately, things are going up. Those are digital, those are contractual, or that's what I asked, sorry, 5,000, golly. That would be really big. Oh, well, that would be less too, thank you. I got 500 right here on my paper, maybe someday, the treasurer should help read my numbers, she's here.
What line item are you in? You said,
390,
Okay.
001650, 390.
okay, I'm gonna check with you.
I
Thank
asked
you.
for that to go up. In mileage, which is $425, I asked for a $100 increase. In the conference, I went down $1,500 in my conference line, which is $427. In my books, $590, I asked for $1,000. In the periodicals, which is $591, I asked for $100. And in the audio visual, I asked, which is $592, I asked for $1,000. So I asked for a total of $2,700, but I took conference down off of that.
Looks like 2,000 on visual aids.
Yeah.
No, I had 2,100.
1,000.
Oh, and I asked for 2,300,
23,000.
or 23, see, sorry.
You're short a couple zeros today.
I just left a library that was so loud, that's why I came early, because all the kids are there.
That's
Sorry.
appropriate, that's under audio visual.
Yeah, and I can't hear or think. Actually, we could keep that, I only want for 1,000, so that should be 22.
So books, you showed 42, 380, 336.
That's the water damaged that's in there,
Okay.
Adam, that got covered over or
So
carried
you're good at-
over.
you're good at
So,
32,
yes,
32,000.
32 is good. It was, last year was 31. I just went up 1,000 in there. The high amount was from the water damaged books, which everything we can get replaced has come in.
Okay.
We've exhausted everything that we can, so whatever money is left in that, from what they paid the roofing company has been spent. So, as far as being able to replace books. I asked for salaries, I asked for a 3% increase. And I don't need to increase my part-time amount at this time. It stays the same at 41. Also, kind of on a point, since we're on salaries, after Gary's comment yesterday in court yesterday, and you guys were discussing the health plan, I went and asked my 4 other full-time people what their preference was, and the 2 most important things to them are health insurance and retirement. We know it's unrealistic. I don't know. You making the comment about 6% sent me for like a loop. I was like, I've been here 19 years like Gary, and it's like the only time we ever got more than that was once, and it was because we didn't get any raises for several years. But I can't, I'm speechless. I don't have anything to say, but we know that a 3% for all kinds of reasons is realistic, but the other 2 things were more important to them than more than a 3% raise. And we know, we'll get whatever everybody else gets, but we're sure not looking for 6% in my building and department. So that's an FYI for you.
I appreciate the feedback, and you
So-
going and working and following up on that, thank you.
Yeah, that one, like I said,
I mean, we just got tough choices, and I'm just trying to put it out there so
Oh,
people
yeah.
understand it.
yeah,
And I'd hate to be so candid, but.
I mean, that, sometimes you're lucky enough that you're in a department for a government, entity, that you get a salary and the benefits, but we're at a local level. Most of that comes at a federal level. I have lots of people who are federal employees in my family, and that comes at a different level than what we're at here. Even if we feel like we may be underpaid, we're not driving to Denton or Dallas-Fort Worth or any of that. And I wouldn't want to go anywhere on 35 to have to be somewhere at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning right now. So that's my opinion. I can't speak for anybody else, but I can say that the other 4 people I talked to in my office, health benefits and retirement were
We
more
have so
important.
many of these with secondary accounts. What is the 041 account?
The 041 account is the account that's the fines and fees and copies. It pays for the copies machine. It sometimes pays for if we have a special program come from outside. It's also where usually donations go. So like the big donation that we got unanimously in May for almost $5,000, that will get moved into there. Shelley will move that because that's for a project for the next 2 years. So that money will go there. And also, Patty informed me today, we finally got into the account, money from Saffron to pay for the Zuper Reads event that we did last spring. They're going to fund it for us to do this fall with Frank Buxu again. So, yes, thank you for the reminder, but that'll get moved. So there's still some outstanding grants too that will go there as well. I think I sent the email for you guys that we got the E-rate. I know I sent it to Shirley and Daryl, so that will pay 90% of the library's internet for the whole year. That usually comes out of general fund. 5,400 of our 6,000 will now be paid by federal funds. So that's a big cost savings too. If we only have to pay 600 out of general fund for our internet, that works, because goodness knows we use the internet a lot, and so do the patrons. So, and Shelley tells me what is available in my 41 funds and what I can and can't budget, and I try to not spend it all, just like I try to not spend everything that's in the regular budget. We have this, I don't even know it's in here, equipment repairs. I've never, but maybe once in 19 years in my regular budget, it's in the 352 line. It's $1,000 in there. I don't think I've spent that but once in 19 years. So whatever we don't spend goes back. I did ask for some like stuff in like facility stuff with Ricky, and he'll tell you about that. I really would like us to work on the bathrooms with the tile that's coming up off the floor and cracked, and the rust on the stalls. It'd be nice to be able to do something different there. And the electrical, we know that's an issue, but it's an old building, and that's just not gonna happen. I mean, we'll
With the
work around it.
projects, last year we did like new countertops in the bathroom and painted some stuff in there.
I'm sorry, say that again,
With the
Jason?
big remodel project, what got done in the bathroom?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It was
See,
not
that
part of
surprises me,
it.
because I thought we'd done some.
I
stuff.
thought so too in the original thing. I thought it was part of it, but nothing got done.
Okay.
So that's, I mean, they put tile in the lobby, the new flooring, you know, that we use from the jail or wherever didn't get used, maybe y'all over there.
Yeah.
But we used that and we did those lobbies, but nothing in the bathroom got done. Not new sinks,
Okay.
not, yeah. So I thought so too, but it didn't get done.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
thought
it
it
was
got
part of it.
countertops or something.
No,
I'm like you, I was.
so. Daryl's got stuff on his list too for me, computers. He said that we need new ones, they're from 2020, and he wants them upgraded for whatever, however many years or whatever, the patron ones. The security cameras in the back that attach looking at the parking lot, one is so hazed over, we don't know if it got condensation or what the heck. You can't even see through it, it's like constant fog. So if we ever needed that back camera, which is the one that overlooks where all the county, like the maintenance vehicles park and all that, you can't see enough to give the footage. I mean, you could give it to the policeman, but they couldn't really make out a plate or anything, so that's priced in here.
Okay, but is that in your budget or is it in Daryl's?
It'll be in Daryl's, but
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I had to fill out the form.
Okay.
So those are things, the iPads that are, have been there almost 10 years aren't holding charges anymore, so we need, that's also in his, but those are things that I did.
It's noted in yours, but budgeted in his.
Yes, sir. So. Any other questions?
Do you have any questions for us?
No. As long as you guys have what you need, I mean, you can always send me an email or whatever. But no, I'm done, I'm good. I budgeted, I think, for the 41 fund, I budgeted $30,250, so, and I don't, so. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, you guys.
Ms. Treasurer?
Well, since I'm leaving, there are a few changes on my on my budget this year. One would be mileage of $330. When I was in the preliminary, we averaged mileage for 1.5 miles to and back from the bank. That's something that I've really never utilized, but it is available, and, you know, I want anybody that travels in their own vehicle is due mileage. And so wanted that to be in the budget, so in case she wants to utilize that, it's there. So, and then the conference expense did go up because she is going to need to be attending several preliminary conferences in order to get her education. Of course, when you know, I think you probably want to keep things the way they've been, and if she's going to be the investment officer, then she will need to attend training for that, as well as the treasurer conferences. The bond, the $525, I know there was a question about Donna's bond. She's going to be leaving, as you all know, on Friday, so there will be some sort of reimbursement coming for her bond. But the new person that Anita hires will need to, this will cover that amount for the new person. But there should be a little bit coming back off of Donna's bond.
I didn't know Donna was leaving.
Yeah, she's leaving. Has Anita decided on a part-time?
She does have someone in mind. The person's not available until the middle of July.
Okay.
And the reason that the bond is up, because that person has to be bonded for the same amount that I do.
Gotcha.
Now, I was asked, because Anita thinks that she would like to have shelving in the storage room. She went out and found out how much it would cost to put shelving in the storage room in the old jail. And so she asked me to bring this in front of y'all. And she's got $2,522.70. That's what it would cost to put shelving in that storage unit.
She probably needs to see us about that. I don't know
Yeah.
what she's talking about and how she would know she needs shelving right now, unless you, does she?
I have nothing to do with this, because I never thought about putting shelving in my storage, because I have everything scanned. And I don't keep records like district clerk, county clerk, that have to be kept forever. My stuff gets, you know, I'm only obligated to keep most of it for 7 years is the longest. And so I just never thought about doing that, but that's something she wanted me to bring in front of the court to be put on the budget if possible. You can have it. So,
We might even have something somewhere around that would suffice. We looked.
it looks bad when you go down there, because the last time that there was a shredder that came, I was supposed to get stuff shredded. I was sick, and I wasn't able to meet with them down there. So it didn't get shredded. So there's, like she said, there's 48 boxes sitting out in the middle of the hall. But she said next time the shredder comes. I mean, that's y'all's discretion. She asked me to present it, and so I did. Do you have any questions on any of this?
I don't think so.
I've always had a miscellaneous line item of $500, and I have used sometimes. For one thing, last year I purchased a cash counter and it also detects counterfeit money. So that's what I used it for. She had mentioned something about maybe wanting to have a stand-up desk, because she likes to stand. And so that's something that could be coming out of that line item, things like that.
You have any questions, Buzz?
No, sir.
Anybody have any questions?
Are we gonna put that $2,200 in there somewhere, or
Is that what?
are we going to put that $2,200?
25.
Oh, I'm sorry, 25, 22, 70. Or wait, I mean, if she's coming in July, she can reapproach the court
She will be in next Monday.
Yeah, I think,
the next budget hearing.
I think we can wait perhaps.
And I do have her bond. It came in the mail, so that's something y'all can take care of whenever you swear her in.
And that's gonna be at what time? 8 o'clock.
Does the whole
But-
court need to be here for that? Or what's the deal?
I at least need a quorum,
Oh, quorum, okay.
just because we have to approve her bond in court before she can start her duties as treasurer.
Even though she's already got the bond through the insurance company, that somehow.
It has to be approved by Commissioners Court before she can start work.
Right.
And I do have the bond, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patty, thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, that takes care of the morning's activities. Why don't we take a break? I don't think we have to start a whole new session in the afternoon, do we? Can we just take a break and come back and resume at 1:30 with the county attorney?
Do you want to stop now, or do you want to keep going till noon? Or HR's here, and I can do juvenile probation because Tony's not here.
It's up to you guys, whatever you
Oh,
want
it's
to
just
do.
11 o'clock. I'd like to take about 5 minutes and then work on it.
Yeah, I would like to take 5 minutes and maybe hit a few things.
Go to noon. Of course, that may not get us out of here any earlier if everybody else doesn't move up, but
activities at 11:21
When,
with HR.
So I do not have any changes to my current budget.
Okay, thank you.
What's this $3,000 in employee recognition?
Yeah, that's nice of you. Yeah, thank you.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Where are you from? I said, what's this $3,000? You know, last year it was 9106. Oh, that's
what
year to
she
date,
spent.
isn't it? Man,
Everything is budgeted.
you wait till you get my age, woman.
Everything is budgeted the same as it was last year.
Oh, I forgot where.
Let's see, you're
Got to have some levity.
HR, you're not rural septic.
No, I'm not.
Y'all just done this to confuse me right here.
The only thing that would need to be added is if you choose to do a stipend for bilingual, then the testing for the bilingual would have to be added to my budget, which would be probably about $2,000.
Would that be under subscription?
It's an online test and you pay per test, so does that come out of subscription?
Probably.
How much and under what line item?
I estimated about 2,000 because it's $55 per test, and I think you would have to initially give that stipend to everybody that's bilingual in the county. And my estimate is about $2,000 to,
Which line item?
Subscriptions,
Subscriptions.
$390.
I know we talked about that at EMS one time, doing that bilingual or having some kind of deal.
and
I get it.
my count may not be correct, but that's just my estimate.
And whenever Elizabeth handed us this earlier, did y'all notice that we need to budget about $110,000 in some salary line item for that overtime if we pay it out?
For what?
If we pay out that 11 hours or whatever to the sheriff's offices?
If the court chooses to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
I question whether we can do it or not.
I'll have to find out. I'll do a little more research.
But if we can, we need to budget it.
Wage and an hour division says must receive overtime after 86 hours worked from the federal government.
All right, I hate to ask you where you're looking because you'll say, why don't I read my document? But
Well, you probably didn't get this.
you got the fact sheet? So you not got the same thing I'm looking at?
I didn't get this.
It is the same thing, yes.
And I've asked on my listserv, and no county has done away with their 86/171 hour rule. That's answered me so far.
But did you see anywhere where it allows for us to do it? As a court?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that we can because the federal government is saying you must pay out overtime after 86 hours, which is the rule we operate under now.
But that doesn't say we can't pay it out before 86. It says you must after 86, right? So you can pay before?
I'll ask the question.
Okay, but anyway, if we decide to make that decision, we need to put some money in there for it.
That would be in the sheriff's office, not hers.
I'm just bringing it to the court's attention so we don't forget it.
Can I ask a question about the bilingual that we're talking about, Brandy was asking for? If they do get that extra pay for the county, then like say if the court needs her, would she be obligated to go up to the court or to another office? Or if offices send people into my office because they need, I was just curious about that if y'all ended up.
If they're gonna get a paid stipend, if they get asked, I would think they.
It's my understanding the employee works for you, it should work in your department, should not be going to interpret in other places.
And
Should
they
not
shouldn't
be willing?
paid. No, and they shouldn't be paid for doing it either.
But ain't that what Brandy's asking,
No,
though?
you
Extra pay just to have the bilingual employee? Is that not, sorry, I said, is that not what Brandy's asking for if, she did mention that person does things for other departments, but
My understanding, they're not supposed to. They are supposed to work in your department because they're budgeted to your department.
Okay, I just was curious.
So the bilingual is the benefit of your department.
Right.
Not everybody else.
But they're a county employee, why couldn't we ask them to step over and interpret for some other office if they got in a bind?
I don't have the answer to that question.
I mean, it's county money. If you're paying them, you utilize them.
Right,
I
and I
mean,
always
if
let
the-
my employees do that, but then they were like, well, I want extra pay, and I asked for it last year, and y'all said no. And so that's why I was asking if they,
But that's what I'm saying, if we're paying them, anybody in the county needs them, they ought to be able to utilize them.
You can't tell an elected official what to do with their employees.
I absolutely agree with that.
If we had
But
a-
if I walked up to one of these elected
Interlocal
I
officials
think if
and
they got
asked,
that extra pay, I think they would do that. They would,
yeah,
be
hey,
happy
well,
to do
I'd be
it.
upset with an elected official if I approached them and had an employee say, hey, can you ask this person to step over for a minute and interpret, you know?
right. My
Because,
part-time
I mean,
did the
if we're,
other
if we're
day.
doing that, I just soon not pay them the incentive. If we're gonna be that legalistic about it. I mean, even though, that's got to where that's pretty commonplace to pay somebody a stipend for being bilingual.
Do you have any questions for us?
I do.
Do not, okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. HR. Okay, with that, I think we can break for lunch here.
You got 30 minutes worth of stuff, Shirley?
No.
Anybody have a better idea? reconvene from break at 1:32 and begin the afternoon session with the county attorney.
Thank you, Judge. I'm Ed Zielinski, I'm the county attorney, and basically we looked at the same kind of increases we were talking about last year. Cost of living has brought up some prices for some of the items. We have additional vehicle expense, but we think we're going to be able to take care of it with what we have in our proposed budget. This is before we knew we would have that investigator hooked up and we get that other vehicle, but I think it'll still be covered. And essentially, I think that's it. I think we went over all those things in the pre-budget hearing. Do you have any questions?
You think your 24 budget, this current year, is going to take you through on this new investigator and that vehicle is what you're saying?
Well,
And 25,
we
you're
made
going up a little bit.
we made an adjustment for vehicle expense because more things are expensive. We don't think we have to add to it for the purpose of that. So our proposal that we made before we got the investigator and the vehicle is still the same proposal.
The only question I had, the same as last year on conference expense, you know, we went basically from nothing to 10 to 15 this year. I know you got some changes coming.
And we've saved some money in conferences. We've found some ways to adjust for that, and we think we'll be able to save again, but we don't know how that's going to work out.
I was just trying to avoid budgeting any more than we had to right there.
Right.
And you got you a $5,000 cushion. I didn't know whether you need that.
Well, see, what's happening with that trial expense is we've got an awful lot of our chemists now have been hired out outside of the state. So if we have, for example, a DWI case with marijuana involved, and it's a testing chemist that is out of state, we've got to pay for that chemist to come back in, pay them their rate, and pay them their travel. So that trial expense could go up quite a bit.
No, I'm sorry, conference, bid conference.
Oh, okay.
Conference.
Yeah,
You went up 5,000, you saved some money apparently last year.
Right.
When you had 10 and we went up 5. I was just wondering if we could take that back down closer to that 10, or if you're not
Well, I think
comfortable.
what we're looking at is 12,000. Is that not what you have on your sheet?
I got 15.6 is what I've got.
Yeah, no, we're looking at, isn't that right, Bree? Hold that up for me. Yeah, 12,300.
No.
Because that would be a 3% increase
What was your previous number? Was it 10,988 or 10,989?
from last year.
Last year's 2024 budget was at 12,000.
Well, see, I'm showing 24 budget at 10,989, and then I'm showing
That was
this one.
23 going forward, wasn't it?
23 was 13,665.
1,300 was 20, yeah. So it went from 13, we maybe looked through the receipts yet.
Okay.
Year-to-date 2024 is 1,365.
Yeah, it's
The
what,
budget was 10,986.
Right.
In '23, you used $12.43.
but we've gone to, our current proposed for right now is 15.6, and you're saying you want it to be 12.3?
Yeah, I'm thinking we can go with 12.3.
Okay, all right, so we need to make that adjustment.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And I think, isn't that what you have, Shelley? 12.3
For what?
for our conference budget? 427? I thought that's what we talked about in that other meeting.
I didn't make it, sorry, wrong department.
And I may not have the latest and greatest, but
Yeah, what's happening is some of the conferences, they're allowing us to do by video, and we can still get the credit on that, and if we have that, then that reduces our expense. So that's why I think we went to 12.
and we're doing some of that too.
Yeah,
I had 12,360.
yeah,
Okay, 12,360,
right.
because mine says 15.6.
That was his initial request.
Okay, so
No, that's the one I
I'm
have too.
So we've adjusted it, yeah, we've adjusted it down,
Okay,
12,360.
not my eyesight, I'm not the Lone Ranger out there. Okay.
Now, we may have to come back here. We've got a couple cases that are coming up that may increase that trial expense. We may have to adjust from, shift from conference to trial expense, depending on what happens with those cases.
Does county attorney office bring in any money?
Do we what?
Do you bring in any money?
We're not in the business of bringing in the money. What happens is, in the county court of law, fines and court costs come in.
They're the fines and
Right.
court costs, okay.
Now, we do, on our pretrial intervention programs, we charge a fee for that, but that can only be used for the pretrial intervention program.
Okay.
So what we can do is, it's all contingent on what happens with the cases we're presented. So we can only prosecute what we're presented, we can only prosecute those cases we think we can convict on. So you might have an officer that makes an arrest, they send the case forward, it doesn't meet the elements, we can't prosecute that. And then in a lot of cases, you know, depending on the volume of deputy activity, determines what we can bring in.
You've already answered my next question too, so.
Okay.
Questions? Down here.
Well, thank you very much.
Do you have any questions of us? before we
No,
go?
sir. Thanks for your help. Appreciate it.
Y'all have a good afternoon.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Think about us while y'all are doing something productive.
See, I didn't ask for a raise, did I?
You've already got all the money in the county. Okay,
Juvenile probation.
and they won't be here.
That's me.
Oh, you're
Oh,
juvenile
you got it?
probation?
Shelley, you got it? Okay.
Oops, hang on, what am I doing? County attorney, I just said juvenile probation.
She asked for an increase in her community-based services because she canceled the contract on the, her subscription line, which was a cell phone check-in, like they had to check in by their cell phone and it sent them a message or something, so she canceled that because it wasn't working like she thought it would be. That's $8,400.
Hang on, Shelley. What line of, community-based service 324?
Yes,
And it went from, it was at
11.
30,
She
went
asked for $10,100.
down from 40?
No, from
Oh, up from 40, because she changed services.
from 30,000.
Okay,
No, she dropped a subscription and added that money to community-based services. She cut 300 from her conference line.
The audit shows 70,000. That's typo,
That's a typo, it's 7,000.
7,000.
She cut 2,000 from purchase residential, and her miscellaneous was 500. She must have moved some money, so she just put it back. So I think she's pretty much, didn't raise it, just kept it even, just rearranged the dollar amounts.
What is purchase residential?
That's,
See,
if
it's
they
in
have to place somebody. The detention is the jail over in the Grayson County that we partially own. But if they have to place somebody, like she placed somebody in Idaho or Ohio or something. And so we had to pay for that, so.
Is that like the youth camp or whatever, the one in Grayson?
No, the one in Grayson we own,
Oh,
we
okay.
own a third of it, right?
yes.
Yeah. But we still have to pay into it,
Yes, we had to pay for into the budget.
and that's where the 160 goes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's the third owners on that?
Fannin, Grayson, and Cooke.
The COG?
No.
Not the cog.
But the,
Well,
Yeah.
that's our COG, is Fannin and Grayson.
oh, no.
Well,
Cog's
but
got
that,
all kinds
the
of
COG
stuff.
don't own it.
Well, I know, but
Yeah. Our group,
is
of-
our
our group
area.
of buds, that's it, yeah.
who else is in the COG besides Grayson and Fannin?
Just us. Well, but it's like Meals on Wheels. That's not COG either.
Well, I
Meals on
know, I'm
Wheels.
just saying.
Yeah. The one different one
I
is
get what
is
you're saying.
Tazewell. Shelley, I know I asked you the question some time ago. The county doesn't pay anything into TASWA. do
No.
they? Okay, just the cities, or do they? Do you know?
I don't know what the cities pay.
Okay,
Cooke County doesn't pay anything.
okay.
We pay when we utilize it.
Yes.
And maybe it's the same rate general public pays, but somehow we're a member of it. Did we pay in early when they bought the land? Shelley, do you know?
I wasn't here in 1962 or
Oh, no, it hadn't been that long.
whenever it was created. I wasn't born yet.
You weren't even born yet.
That's what I said. I
I
wasn't
know.
born yet.
Gee, will.
So, so you saw her bottom line ended up the same, she just rearranged numbers on line items?
Yes.
And do you need to change that 70 to 7 on your sheet? Are you good on that audit? Did
I
your-
beg your pardon?
On the audit, did yours show 70? Or
That's
like
what I
that?
typed in the net data. I'll fix it.
Okay, you're good, okay. Are you here for just to watch, or you think you're in the right spot, or?
Oh, he needs a check from me.
Oh, I started to say,
No, he wants, here, why don't you just hang out and see how much fun we're having?
It looks like it.
yeah,
There
you
you
just,
Last time I saw one of these, I was not in my property.
not really. I'm not here, surely.
Sorry, I didn't see you walk in.
No problem.
Appreciate you.
The board, Judge Haverkamp, Judge Morris, and myself determines salaries for juvenile probation or extra help, or it's been so long since I've been to one of those meetings.
Just out of the state money.
Pardon?
Out of the state
Okay,
money.
so it has nothing to do with county money then?
No.
Okay. Any other questions for Tony?
Nope.
Thank you, Tony.
Sure.
Okay. Todd, or Kathy is next.
Good afternoon. I've cut everything out of my budget except for office supplies and miscellaneous. And I've asked that my salary be the same as Todd's.
We hadn't addressed any salaries.
I'm sorry?
We hadn't addressed any salaries individually.
That's all I've asked for.
Have you used any of the current year office supplies where we can order some of those books we need?
I think I have, yeah, 'cause I bought my notary seal, stuff like that.
Be sure and order some, we can order some, or make some bound, P and Z books and all that.
That comes out of P&Z budget, which we have $500 for it.
Do what?
We have $500,
Okay.
yeah.
I keep forgetting about
We have a lot of that stuff here. I just don't know how much. I just need to check. It's in that closet. The binding machine and all that.
Okay.
You have any questions for us?
I don't.
She sees
It's
us
getting
enough.
easier and easier.
She sees us enough. She doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So true. Mr. Snuggs, need you to come sign some plots, please, when you're through.
Okay.
Thank you.
That'll be $500.
Third request. Third request.
Thank you, Kathy.
Third and final.
What time's Todd supposed to be here? We've got to be.
Todd's not coming.
Todd's
He
not.
told us that in his preliminary budget meeting. He's also on vacation.
It's a whole hour until, do we want to call someone or
Anything.
what do you guys want to do? Take an hour break or
This day's kind of.
see if we can get some of them over here?
If we'd known it's going to go like this, we could just work a little bit after lunch and.
Elizabeth, would you like to go again or?
No, I can't.
Todd didn't ask for anything but to raise his salary to 55,645, which I think I noted on my spreadsheet was a 9.8% increase.
The state,
Do we have any hot applicants that are gonna come? Or are we just
All
gonna?
of them, I think, except for two.
I'm looking
We
at,
also have one more. So.
looking at Todd's on his subscriptions. He never uses anything.
That's because whatever software he's using to do his write his field receipts,
Yeah.
he hadn't started using it until a couple of months ago.
That we had for 3 or 4 years now.
And as of yesterday, I don't show that anything's been paid out of it yet. Oh, wait. Nope. But other than that, he left all his lines the same.
that we need to use it if we're going to pay for it. But I wonder if there's anybody at Heritage Society or any of those within walking distance that might be close.
And we did, TCEQ did ask us to go back to 2018 and put in the septic applications, and they did send us a bill, so he's overdrawn right now.
What's that 6,000 on inspections? You familiar with that?
That's what we pay TCEQ.
For what we submit to them to record?
They get $10, I think, or
Of
something.
everything that we do.
So they're trying to get them caught up that they haven't got in.
That wasn't done since 16. They only went back to 18. Even though I thought I'd recalled them saying we were okay once,
We had the change.
but Kathy nor I can find any emails to, she remembers it and I remember, but I can't find any, neither one of us can find any emails.
I remember being talked
That-
about back then.
That said, y'all, we were, you know,
I remember at one point in time, we owed them a bunch of money.
I think we ended up spending, or they billing us like $4,200 or something like that.
It was considerably more than that before y'all started working.
Yeah, it was like over 7. Yeah.
Well, we've got about 40 minutes or so, 50 minutes before they start showing up. You want to take a break or try to get somebody here?
See, I can go start calling people.
Well, we can start.
Right.
Ken, Shelley, you ready to go through any of your stuff? Let's let Shelley go through some, whatever she wants to go through.
All of y'all come over and help me clean out my office so I can retire and go home.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you talking about your desk?
Yeah.
If we started now, it'd last till she retires 15, 20 years down the road, so.
Well, you can clean out that desk easily. That wouldn't take anything at all, just
All right, so you would be a day 3 person, I'm guessing, so. You got a whole stack, your very own stack. There's the county judge too, we could have done the county judge. People show up, want to talk to that tomorrow, so already done. Where you gonna start, Shelley?
Non-departmental 409.
Hang on. 409. 409.
Is that on today or is that tomorrow's stuff?
Yes, that's on tomorrow's stuff toward the end. Oh, crap.
Too many emails.
You ready?
Yes,
There it
ma'am.
is. Okay.
I budgeted for the extra payment to retirement. Don't know if y'all still want to do that or not. I increased general liability and public officials liability by 10%. I'm not quite sure how much it's gonna go up, but I was told to budget property insurance like 10% and it went over that, so. That contract services includes the increase in amount from TCOG.
Hang on, Shelley. You done put 10% on general liability and 10% on public officials each,
Yes.
both, or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I included the difference in the amount we're paying TCOG now between what they asked for, that's the 96,840.
The rural addressing,
Yes.
yeah.
The sheriff's office is wanting new furniture for his office and, the front office, somebody else. The furniture is what's been in there since it opened 20 years ago. And so he's requested new furniture. So that's in 355.
Tell the sheriff that my stuff's all 100 years old. We don't need to replace it.
I increased the autopsy expense because we went with a newer company that's charging a little more. So I went up 25 on that, 25,000.
What line item are you on there?
418.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, I got changed pages, the reason I couldn't find it. Went up how much, Shelley, I'm sorry?
Huh?
You went up 25,000, okay.
Went up 3,000 on indigent burial. We received notice that they're going up on the NACO dues based on population, so I might need to adjust the dues line a little more. I put the county health doctor back to the original amount, and if we have a disaster and where we agreed to pay him more, I'll just move money there and to cover it. And the only capital I budgeted for was the weigh station. Unless y'all want to put something else somewhere else.
I think we need to put something in Prosperity Bank.
$529.
Yeah, I mean, I assume whenever the bank vacates, you know,
They're thinking the end of July.
this July, right? Yeah. And so that'd give us some time to study some plans, but, you know,
How much?
I'm gonna guess that we're not gonna spend weigh station money yet. Can we move from weigh station to Prosperity if we need to at a later point?
Yeah.
Just like we do, Woody? Guys, I think we put 500,000 in there. And if we need more, we move some out of weigh station if nothing's going on with the weigh station. That'd be $1 million.
What do we have?
Right now you got 500 in the weigh station. I don't know that it's gonna happen this next fiscal year.
What do we have in the capital improvements fund?
3 million.
3,000,001. I wouldn't mind putting a whole million in there.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Because if we don't spend it, it'll go back anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't foresee us spending that, but, you know, just in case the weigh station were to hit, we put 750 in there.
Can we move, no, it has to be budgeted, period, for us to spend it even out of capital improvement.
Correct.
I would put the million in there, and if we need to move either direction, we got $1.5 million in play.
In general or permanent improvement?
Capital improvement?
Fund 35, permanent improvement.
That lost me, 535 is the jail.
See, I think we're in 409, right? And 535 showing the old jail on mine.
That's the general fund, but you also have permanent improvement money.
But we want to take it out of the permanent improvement fund, do we not? Out of the 3 million.
Then it wouldn't come out of general fund.
Then it would not come out of general fund. That's
Right.
what I'm saying, yeah. And just like this 409 is not coming out of general fund, right?
Yes. 409 is general fund.
Oh, okay, then, so we had 500,000 set aside for the weigh station out of the general fund?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's
No.
where we got lost.
Yeah. So,
001 is general fund. 409.
okay, so,
Capital improvement is 035.
okay, and so does capital improvement have $4 million in it?
Yes.
Okay, so do we need to take the weigh station out of general fund? I mean, you put it there for a reason, and I don't know if you're dealing with fund balance stuff there, or what you're thinking.
Since it's not a facility, I think I'd keep it in general fund.
Okay? So
Since we're supposed to be buying the scale, right?
Right. So then we move over to 35,529, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
And put $1 million in there?
Yes.
And that would leave us with 3 there. What do you guys think? She needs a number.
Do what?
What do you think? She needs a number.
Well, if we work on the air conditioning and do a little bit of maintenance, would AC come out of that too?
Yeah, well, it come out, if it's part of a renovation
Yes.
contract, then yes. If it's just to replace an AC, it comes out of the AC line.
I think it's just improving or changing some of that system up.
But, I mean, because we don't know exactly what the renovation's gonna include, I mean, I would think we could go in and put in some walls and maybe still under that 45.
Yes.
But if we actually decide to do a full-blown renovation, we already have some money there. Because if we ain't got it, we can't.
Go full-blown.
Do what, Bubba?
It's gonna take more than $1 million if you go full-blown. Won't it? Then you're gonna have to redo your handicap and everything.
Well, it,
ADA.
again, depends on what that floor plan looks like. You know, if we don't go build a lot of infrastructure on the inside, we might make that pretty easy with $1 million.
Go over,
'Cause, I mean, if we go over the 45, we gotta do the ADA, but I don't know how much ADA is gonna cost us, but,
Well, but once again, what are we gonna use it for?
well, some of us been thinking about that, Judge, and,
Yeah?
you know, we've talked about,
I'm thinking about DPS, adult probation.
auditor's office, treasurer's office,
4-H.
yeah, 4-H, HR. Too many H's in there for me. Yeah,
I just don't see it.
yeah,
Been over this a million times.
I know it.
so. I say we put it at least $1 million, and who knows if we can get it done in one budget year too. But now,
We saw that we could fund just about everything else that we need money for.
I'm not too concerned about getting deep in that conversation again, but
I know you're not.
if the guys want to entertain it, well, Shelley, because I asked the question about the weigh station, we actually couldn't do a budget amendment on that because that's between 2 different, the weigh stations and general fund. We can't budget, can't do a budget amendment from general fund
Can't
over to
cross
capital.
funds,
Okay,
no.
that's where I'm headed with that conversation.
You can do a PO out of both, but you can't,
Or do a PO out of each.
yeah.
But we couldn't do a PO out of general fund to pay for capital improvement, right?
No, but you can split the payment between permanent and general.
Guys, because, I mean, we got $4 million in there uncommitted, is the way I understand it.
That's in contingency. There's a whole lot more than that.
Okay. So, and I think if we decide to renovate the Prosperity Bank, we would want to do it right and not do it numerous times, piecemeal, kind of like we did the annex. Put $1.5 million in there.
We're gonna do that, are we gonna hire somebody to come in and help us do this, or are we just gonna piecemeal it ourselves?
Yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna piecemeal it, no, I mean, yeah, but,
I sure don't.
but out of that $1.5 million, we can pay our architects and everybody else, is that not correct, Shelley?
I agree with what you're doing, but I don't want to spend that much money on it. But that's a conversation for down the road. If we want to put that much in there to be safe,
If we don't spend
that's
it, we
fine.
don't spend it.
100%.
But-
I'm just saying.
But if we decide at some point, hey, we're gonna hire architects, we're gonna do, you know, I don't think the first occupation of that's gonna be permanent. Because I sense maybe you start off with DPS in there, they're gonna grow, we're gonna grow, probation's gonna grow. So at some point in time, we need to have that conversation, and maybe we say DPS, we got you for the next 3 years, go find you someplace, because we're gonna need our space. And then we do a final footprint.
I like that.
Anybody disagree with that?
And, you know, that AC unit goes to crap on us, like, sounds like it's probably not far down the road. Start redoing it, you need to have some kind of layout of where the ducts are gonna come out, otherwise we're gonna be redoing it all again, years down the road.
I don't disagree with that at all, but I think there's gonna be an interim, though, that it's not gonna be the final footprint. So do we duct it to the newest footprint? And you know, just like I said, we've talked about DPS in behind the tellers, driver's license where the tellers are. And this all just been passing conversation, but, and then take the west end of it for auditor, treasurer.
Have you asked the auditor, treasurer, and people?
We typically don't. We come up with some kind of plan, and then we say, hey, you know, would you
And
like
say,
to go?
here's where you are gonna be from now on?
Hey,
I ran it by the auditor.
there you go. And she said no, but she said no before most all.
No, actually, she perked her eyes up at one of my ideas and said that might possibly work.
The big corner office with the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, biggest office over there.
Well, I'm just saying, rather than telling people where they're gonna work from now on, wouldn't it be better to find out if they'd even like to go there before we do it?
Well, what would I do, Judge, if all of them had been lobbied and said, "We're no way we're going over there"?
Well, I know, but you're the one that's so big about saying, you know, they knew this when they hired on,
Yeah.
okay?
But at the same time, I mean, we're making decisions that will outlast most people's tenure here.
Oh, so they'll get to stay there for forever then.
We know you're against the Prosperity Bank building. We have established this. We've had meetings. I mean, so every time we talk about it, you can't clam up and be upset with us.
Sure I can.
Well, that's not a way for us to move forward. We've already established it. We asked last week, at our last workshop to call a vote. You didn't have the votes. We're gonna move on.
All right, we got folks here waiting on us now. Do we want to, y'all want to put some money in there? And obviously we'll work out.
We need to put something in there.
All right. Because of what we have in there, I'd still suggest $1.5 million if we don't spend it. And if it's in the budget and we decide we need to renovate some of the other buildings, we do a budget amendment. But if it's not committed on a line somewhere,
Well, it's already budgeted in contingency.
I'm sorry.
It's already budgeted in contingency.
So you can move it if we need it to regardless.
Correct.
So if we don't put money in there, it can still be moved,
So,
right?
okay, so
Correct.
you don't care if we earmark it or not?
No.
Okay.
Okay, that's simple.
Well, I like that because I don't like the public
Yeah, okay.
perception on $1.5 million towards that building.
Okay.
I don't.
All right, so we don't have an issue if we decide to spend money, it's there.
Yes.
Okay. End of story.
Okay.
Made it all moot point. Shelley, can we
Sure.
interrupt and let these folks
Sure.
go?
Shelley?
Sure.
Shelley.
Oh, wrong Shelley.
Either Shelley. Go for it.
Okay.
Here on behalf of North Ark Animal Shelter, okay. And we were so this year we've taken in 144 animals so far. Cost us about $200 an animal. They get their vaccines, spayed, neutered, dewormed, all their health care, and then we adopt them out. They usually stay with us for anywhere from a week to 6 months. We're sending a lot of animals up north where they don't have enough animals in shelters, so a lot of people have sponsored those, which has been amazing. So the shelter is still pretty much a no-kill shelter, but the numbers this year have been insane and have been climbing. I don't know if people have just lost their minds and decided that all dogs and cats are throwaway items, but this year alone, we have double the numbers that we have in the past years. We only have 144 from the county so far, but if that extrapolates, we're going to have another 170 before the year's out. At 200 bucks an animal, it's going to be $62,800 that we're going to spend. We're just pretty much asking for a little bit of a raise this year, like 24, 25,000. You've given 23 in the past. And the reason we're doing that, I think, is twofold. I'm hoping in the future, and maybe this is just a little bit of bribery, but I'm hoping in the future that maybe the county can start establishing some better guidelines for people with pets, and maybe spay and neuter incentives and things like that, and maybe even we can get a low-cost spay and neuter clinic in here. Not necessarily that the county pays for it, but supports it in the sense that we can get some of these problems taken care of. But so we're just asking for a little bit more this year. It's the shelter's great, but it's too small now. And so, we're going to go to the city and see what can be done about that, but I just don't know. I don't know that there's a budget. I know times are hard for everybody right now, and there are other organizations that really need money. That's another reason we're not asking for $62,800, because I know there's battered women and children and things that need attention as well. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
I know a place right over here on the corner that you could use for animal shelter.
Really?
Yeah, Prosperity Bank.
Really?
No. Just kidding.
I was like, okay. No, but I mean, one thing that we do need, though, is a building that could be accessible to the public to do a low-cost spay and neuter clinic, which wouldn't involve, it wouldn't involve housing animals. It would only involve, just once a week. We'd call TCAP to come in, because TCAP is a high-volume spay and neuter clinic. They can do 70 animals in a day, and for low cost, and people sign up, and TCAP comes in for a day and zips out that many animals and then leaves. Any kind of, it really can be anything. They bring their own anesthesia machines. All they need is like a surgery table, which Noah's Ark could probably get that funding for, and maybe make a dent in this terrible problem, because it's just, we don't get in one dog, we get a dog and 8 puppies, or a cat and 6 kittens.
Is it a day 3 item?
Every time, so.
Today,
I know, it's just become a real problem.
Outside agencies.
And I know you guys don't really know all about that, but just, that's sort of where we're standing. Our shelter's too small, it's getting really old, and, it's nice to have public support and just spread the word, really, that if you know people that have pets that are unspayed and neutered, tell them we're also selling low-cost spay and neuter vouchers at the shelter for $50, and they can come get it and get their dog or cat spayed. If they can't afford the $50, we have people that have sponsored those too, so they can actually get it done for nothing if they come to the shelter. So we're trying to make it down, but it's slow. We've sold 237 so far. So
Just out of curiosity, do you know off the top of your head how much does the city of Gainesville give to Noah's Ark?
yeah, they give $120,000 a year
Okay.
as far as the animals go, but they also pay our electric bill and our water bill and our waste bill.
Okay.
So they do a good chunk. The problem now is that we're just too small. The city's grown, or the number of animals have grown. I think a little bit of both, so.
They use it for their animal control, though. Correct?
Yeah, and the animal control, that's the biggest problem that we have, is that the general public doesn't bring in as many animals as animal control brings in. So we get paid per animal that comes in for animal control by the city. And we can't say no to them, even if we're super duper full and have not a space. We can't say no, so.
One of the reasons that I asked that was, it's been said for as long as I can remember Noah's Ark being around, that Noah's Ark will not take animals from out in the county.
Yeah.
Only from
In the
the
county.
city of Gainesville, because of how much.
Well, and that is a problem. I mean, we probably could take more from the county if we had a bigger shelter, but we have to honor Gainesville first, because they pay us
But you
$150 an animal.
But you don't exclude the county.
Oh, no. In fact, if people come in, they call ahead, most of them call ahead, say, I've got this problem, and most of the time, we make room. Now, if it's somebody who says, I got 2 dogs and I'm moving in a week, then we say, you know what, you can put them on Facebook, you can put them on Craigslist, you can find a family member. But if someone's dumped a litter of puppies and they have no place to put them, and it's a little lady, we're going to let them bring them in, or even if it's not, we really try and accommodate people that truly are trying to make a difference, trying to end the suffering, so.
What's the fee now for if a person from outside the city comes and drops off an animal?
It's $20.
And y'all had 144 from out in the county so far this year?
So far, yeah.
And then, do you recover any of that cost when they're adopted?
We get $100. So we keep our costs pretty low just because we want to move the animals, if they're real high, people can't afford, especially now.
And I'm just doing math.
Yeah, sure,
You know,
sure.
So if you get 20 when they come in, you get 100 when they go out, that's 120 of the 200.
Right.
So at $80 an animal times 144, which
Yeah.
is still a significant number, but.
Yeah. But I mean, are the
Not
number
all
200,
adopted,
so.
Some are euthanized.
Absolutely, I
So
get it.
200, so the cost, it depends how long they stay with us too. So the average is, we get our food for the dogs anyway for free from Munster Milling. They do a great job. They help us tremendously. I don't know how we'd survive without them. But so depending on how long the animal stays, it can be anywhere from $200 to $500, if it stays, because we have to pay our staff, we have to pay for vaccines, we have to do repeat flea and tick treatments and heartworm prevention, all that. On the animals, so it just depends on how long they stay. And if they're nice, we don't want to put them to sleep. If they're mean, well, that's a different story. But if they're nice animals, we try and keep them as long as we can. So.
What other kind of animals do you take other than dogs and cats?
Well, we try not to take. But
I
we
know
have
you've had
gotten.
rabbits and.
We've gotten. Let's see. I think a giant tegu was the last exciting thing that came in. It was about a tegu. It's a monitor lizard.
Oh,
It was
wow.
about this big, and I took it home with me. Animal control brought it in, and then I found a reptile rehabber that took it. It was terrifying. It actually was really a frightening animal. It was very aggressive. So I felt like the crocodile hunter kind of.
You had a cage ready for that, right?
Yeah, I put it in a horse stall actually with a baby pool, and we fed it raw chicken. It was scary. But we're not supposed to take in really farm animals or anything, but we do get, potbelly pigs and chickens and whatnot, goats sometimes weird exotic animals, but like the tegu. But for the most part, it's just dogs and cats. So. Anyway.
So last year we gave 13,000. Is that what you're showing, Shelley?
That's what we paid out. That's what they billed us for
So far this year, 13. Last year, yeah. I was going to say it was
But-
not this year.
Well, it says the budget was 13 last year.
I thought it was 23 last year.
We went down at one point.
I think it wound up being 13.
Did it? Really?
That's what they ended up spending.
Yeah, I think that's what you spent. I think that the budget was 23 though. I mean, that's what I have in my records.
I thought we went down from 23. It shows 15 back in 21, and it was 15 through 2023. Oops, I'm on the wrong line. It was 12 in 21, down to 10. Then y'all actually just billed us for $37.50 in 23, looks like. And so far this year, $22.50. Is that what you're seeing, Shelley? You may not even be looking at the same sheet.
How much have we billed you for this year?
Right now it shows 6,600.
Okay. I don't know when this was printed, but it was showing $22.50 whenever these were printed, provided to us several weeks ago, I guess. And this year's budgeted 13. Well, not the 24's budgeted 13.
And we didn't get it done at 13.
You did cut it.
Because you,
Because we didn't.
I'm sorry.
We didn't spend it.
10,000 is the most you spent, and 22.
Okay.
10,000 most, Shelley, what did we spend?
And 22.
Yeah. And that's the most it's ever been.
This has nothing to do with what we contribute, but I just have a curiosity. How many, employees do y'all have?
We have right now, we have 8 employees.
Okay. And I'm sure double that in volunteers, probably?
Yeah, we have a lot of volunteers, but the volunteers don't work in the shelter because we have to have such strict sanitation that we can't risk. They walk dogs and they wash dishes. That's what they do. And they pet cats, they
Like I
groom
said,
cats.
it was just my own curiosity.
Yeah,
So-
no, I wish we could have the volunteers do cleaning, but it's such a strict protocol to prevent disease that we can't have the volunteers.
Okay. I don't, I don't see a problem with what we got on there, but we need to talk about it whenever we hash it all out.
I agree.
I don't think we're gonna spend it, honestly.
think
I mean,
it's
I don't think we're gonna spend 24,000 or
Take it from
23,000. I think that we'll probably spend maybe 20 at the most with the numbers coming in, you know,
Yeah.
it'll cost us more than that, but, you know, I mean, what we bill you for, unless you wanna pay us what the city pays us per animal, would be awesome. Not gonna lie. Matt's over there like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I agree. 100%.
Do you have anything else for us?
Not really, not really. You know, just encourage, I mean, the main thing is word of mouth. Tell people to come buy vouchers to spay neuter their animals if you can. You know, anybody who's hurt up, we also have a food pantry for dogs and cats so they can keep them. You know, if they can't pay for the food, they can come get food from us too. So that helps reduce the numbers coming in.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Doc.
Well, thank you for your time.
I've gotten some pretty good animals there.
What's that?
I said I've gotten some pretty good animals
We've
there.
got some really good ones now, so
Yeah.
maybe we can use dog or cats in our way. I'm gonna go back, I was doing surgery there, so I'm gonna sneak out. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Shelley? No.
Oh,
Okay, let's see.
Are we going back to hot funds?
Might as well. Start with Munster Library. Munster Library in here. About Visto. Right. Do what? Oh, those are the outside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She was outside, she couldn't come tomorrow. So we switched her
Okay.
today.
You have listed with hot applicants in Noah's Ark. Okay. What else do we have?
Done.
Cooke County Arts Council. That would be y'all. Hello, Joe.
How are you?
Good, you?
Hi. So, this is the first time that the Cooke County Arts Council has applied for the county hot funds. We've been in, our organization has been in the county since 1980. Our members include Gainesville Area Visual Arts. Sorry, I have an accent, Gary.
You have a what?
I have an accent.
Oh.
So,
You
so,
do?
She doesn't talk Texan.
Can you pull the mic a little bit closer to
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, there you
That
go.
would
We just
help a
want to
bunch.
hear you.
is that better?
That's
Yes.
better.
Okay, so our organization is made up of Gainesville Area Visual Arts, the Gainesville Swing Orchestra, the North Central Texas Chorale, and we've just added Dolce Canto Children's Choir, and that's why Susan Beal is here. We're applying for funds for our annual Sights and Sounds event. This event brings in hundreds of people to Cooke County, and as our event goes on pretty late into the night, thanks to the swing orchestra playing, we see more and more people staying in the local hotels. And I propose that if we get funding, I can advertise more outside of the area. We have a very, very small budget, but with more funding, then I can advertise in Denton, Louisville, up into Oklahoma, and then over to Nocona, and just make it a bigger event with more people coming.
And you say this is your first time to,
Yeah, this is our first time to apply for the county hot funds. Has anybody here been to our annual event? It's in the spring, and it's at the First State Bank Performing Arts Center at NCTC. So basically, we have performances from North Central Texas Chorale,
Gainesville Area Visual Arts has art displayed in the lobby. We provide food and drink, that's all for free. And then we also have performances from the chorale and now Dolce Canto Children's Choir.
How many people did you say attend?
I believe this spring we had just over 200. And then having each individual group has members not just from Cooke County. So when we put on an event, we have family come in to watch or look at the art by family members, including Dolce Canto.
What's your current budget now?
Our current budget for the
The
event,
year.
for the year, our annual operating budget is $50,000 between all 4 groups.
And you're applying for all 4 groups?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I personally head up Gainesville Area Visual Arts, but I'm now president of the Arts Council.
Yeah. What's your best guess as number of people that you've had stay up to this point for, they've come in for events?
The majority of people stay till the end of the concert. I figure maybe 20, 30 people stay overnight. But if we did get the funding, I'd be in closer contact with all the hotels, Airbnbs, and the bed and breakfasts locally to let them know that we have this event to promote it as well. So, and then I'd have the feedback after the event to see how many people stayed in local hotels, Airbnbs, B&Bs.
If I had a strange look, it wasn't because the accent, it's because I couldn't hear you at all.
Oh, okay, sorry.
and I'm from Oklahoma, so I sound like a hillbilly myself, so do you know?
No.
You're from
I
Don't
forget
tell
I
me.
have an accent, so.
I got a passport. Not a lot of money, first time.
I'm good with it.
So you're asking 12.9 then?
Yeah, we are.
We're gonna have a little money this time.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't. I was going to let Susan speak.
Okay,
She's
please do.
way
That may
better
cost
at
money.
public speaking.
Please do.
So, Susan Mill.
Yeah, our newest part of the Cooke County Arts Council is Dolce Canto. I'm sorry, I'm really loud. It's a children's chorus for Cooke County. We started actually back in 2019 and then went on a hiatus when the rest of the world went on a hiatus. But we came back 2 years ago. We completed our 501c3 process. So we are officially a 501c3. At the time, we became a member of the Cooke County Arts Council. It's an organization for children in the 6 to 14 year age range. And I am a choir director, have been a choir director and theater teacher for most of my life when I wasn't doing it as a member of those organizations. I've grown up here in Gainesville and Cooke County, now live out northeast of Munster, up in Marysville. And so Gainesville's always been my home, and I've always seen a very strong need to keep the arts in the younger ages, especially as so many of our county schools move away from that. It is very important to me because I think being a part of particularly performing arts gives people that comfort to be able to talk in front of people and to be able to do things that you need to do in life even if you're not gonna go perform at Butterfield or sing in a choir or sing with a band or whatever. And so that's why I started Dolce Canto, because I saw the need for that slipping away. Or I saw the need as the school groups started slipping away from music in the schools as much. Being a part of Cooke County Arts Council, I have seen what wonderful things the Arts Council can do. And I really think the fact that we could make this a county event to bring in, I mean, because like I say, I've got the little kids. And you know, when you've got little kids,
moms and grandmas and aunts and uncles and everyone want to come see them. And they're not all right in this area. So it would be nice to be able to have that sort of a pull for them to be able to do that. We have covered, as far as Dolce Canto, we've represented, we haven't had anyone from Walnut Bend, and I haven't had any Sacred Heart yet. But other than that, we have represented every school, every other school in Cooke County, including Sybil's Bend, Era, Lindsay, Munster, Gainesville, St. Mary's here in town, and besides our school, our local homeschool groups. So it really is a county reaching program, and it's something that I think working with the Arts Council is very important for us, because we want to grow. Chorale has been around for a lot of years. Gainesville Swing Orchestra has been around for a lot of years. GABA's been around for a long time. My plan is for Dolce Canto to be able to carry that on and have something for the younger generations that will carry on for years as well. So, any questions?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Of course.
You're welcome to stay and listen to everybody else if you want to.
Thank you.
They're gonna be out that door, Judge.
I think so. That's what they all do. They flee.
Maybe not. I was wrong. You made a liar out of me.
See there? Look at
Yeah,
that.
we've got to stay just a pretty.
Who's next?
I think Nancy was next here.
Actually,
Actually was
support Frank.
Yeah.
Butterfield State.
Frank was here?
Support group.
Oh, so you're together then. Okay, great.
God, I
Good
need
to
all the
see you.
support I can get, I'll tell you guys. Let me have a couple of handouts for you.
You've been staying out of
Thank you.
trouble?
We know that's probably not the case. Thank you, sir.
I guess you heard about my mom. I guess you heard about my mom. Beverly. She passed away in February.
Allowing us to come talk to you again. Over the last few years, Butterfield's been on a growth path, in no small part due to the support of the county commissioners. We have added facilities, we've upgraded our systems within the facility, and we've attracted more people. This year, with all of our programs, we've probably brought in more than 5,000 patrons to come to see these shows. Now, to give you an exact number, Gary, about how many would take a hotel, I don't know. I'm going to be very honest with you. But it's bringing business to Cooke County and to Gainesville. This past year, we finished our new event center, thanks in great part to you. And, you know, to bring people in and to entertain them and bring things that where people will spend money here and spend some time, you have to do some marketing. You have to have something that will attract them. The event center is attracting people, but there's some things that we just need to finish off on this program that we started about 5 years ago. This year, we've got a 6-part request. The first part, as you see, is downtown Gainesville lit themselves up with lights around all the buildings, and it certainly, when you're going downtown at night, it certainly makes you more attractive and makes you think about what's down here that I could go see. Well, we're going to do that to Butterfield Stage as well. We've got some new LED type lights that we want to have installed around the perimeter of the existing building, and we think that that will enhance the facility, as well as a new electronic sign on top of our existing sign and some other signage that we need to have people be able to see where our new event center is and give them a way to really recognize this as a theater. Secondly, we have talked to our young lady here who helps us each year with the finances and goes through the invoices we send her. We have to finish the job. Last year, with the budget we had, we did run over. And so part of the request this year, when we talked with her, she said we can always carry over some of that. We had some overruns. We found out that in the front of our building, there was no water. We had to go around water, well, there was water, but no sewer. So we had to put in a special pumping system, go all the way to the west and then all the way north to Main Street to get to the sewer system. Some of the lighting requirements, the power requirements cost us additional money. So we have some additional funds that finish off the event center production costs. One thing we're doing different this year is, if you look at all the requirements for for the hot funds, is what can you do to really bring in entertainment? And one of the requests this year is to help fund one of the great shows that we will have coming up, and that is next year we are looking at 9 to 5, which is, if you remember the Hot Dolly Parton show and everything, well, we're asking help in the production costs for that production. It's going to be an exciting show. We'll probably run 10 performances, which means that'll be well over 1,000 people come in here to see that production. And it's one that people recognize, and will come in and we really think it's going to draw a lot of people in for that. Part of the fun of going to a theater is also comfort, and also to recognize what the theater is. And we have two components to this. As you know, when we built the new event center, we covered up a beautiful mural. Katie Brinkley, who is now, if you don't know it, is just going great guns out east. I get emails from her all the time. She's already involved with all the arts and crafts things out in east. She's becoming a star out here like she was here. We covered up that new mural. It's inside the event center now, so we didn't lose it. But we'd like to reflect that type of picture on the outside of the new building. We provided lighting in the building, and so we have a space there for that mural. The other thing is, how long ago was this building remodeled, John?
2011.
2011. John and I visited downstairs. I was nosy as to what was going on in this building. And he took me downstairs, and we found a whole bunch of chairs down there seating. That was, were they the juror seating? I think what it was?
They were the chairs in the old First Baptist Church.
Originally. And then they were here.
And they were here.
And they were just going to be tossed out. And John introduced me to the contractor, and the contractor says, my contract says I got to throw them out someplace. Well, we said, you don't have to drive too far if you'd like to take them over to us. They were built in 1947. In fact, we traced it down, found out that that company's still in business in Michigan. But
they
now,
went back at my JP office in Valley View as court seats.
So those have proved to be wonderful seating for us, but the cushions on those chairs right now have been worn out since we installed them in 2011. We've had 10, 12 good years out of those, so those need to be replaced. And we mentioned the signage. The last thing is, one other thing that draws people in is you'd like to go to a place where you can be entertained either inside or at an event center, and in this case, a little bit of outside when the weather's cooler, not like today. And we have some plans at the back of the building to create a garden-like atmosphere there. We can have some events out there to draw people in as part of a show package, as an example, when we do 9 to 5 next year. So that's the whole package. We're hopeful that we can get your approval to continue to create the event center and the entertainment center that Butterfield has become over the years. We've been here since 1979. This year, we've had over 100 kids participate in our youth program. In fact, coming up in July, we've got a Into the Woods Junior is being played on our main stage. If you haven't seen one of our youth programs, it is an incredible thing. These young actors and actresses get up there on stage. The shows that I've seen, rarely do you see a blown line or anything. These kids really take to it. It's like a sponge. And the other thing that's neat is when they're in the theater and they're going to some of our classes or going through these rehearsals, they're not on the phone. They're not playing with the phone. They're not being hung up on just looking at pictures or whatever. They're learning something that will stay with them for a long time. As an example, just not long ago, we found out that a young lady who has come up through Butterfield has been given a scholarship to an arts university, Arts and Theater University in New York City. She will be going there for 2 years. Then they will send her to California for 2 years to finish up her studies. She sent us a letter, and her mother did, and said, if it hadn't been for Butterfield and gaining her interest in that program, she would never have achieved what she's achieved. Since then, we've received several other letters very similar in nature. And so Butterfield's something that's been here, as I said, since 1979. It's a fixture in the county, and we hope that it will be going on for years to come. And with your assistance and your help, we think it will. We appreciate your time. Any questions I can answer for you? Oh, come on, guys, there's got to be something.
Hey, you put together the best presentation that we have every year.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it.
There's no questions once you do that.
Pardon?
There's not many questions once you do that.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it so much.
One question, what have you found out about Maria?
Maria her health has slipped a little bit. John refers to Maria Elena, who is Buddy Holly's former wife. John has great remembrances of dancing with her at a Butterfield event a number of years ago. John danced with her. She and John, size-wise, were appropriate. It was a little different when Mike Compton danced with her, because she's about 4'8", I believe. We've had the personal pleasure of going to her townhouse downtown Dallas. She has a museum at the first floor of Buddy's, all of his records, gold guitars, and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, her health has slipped a little bit. And John Mueller, who did the Buddy Holly program, did respond to me. He said he'll pass along his best wishes to her. So
Most of this crowd don't even know who
Buddy Holly is. Right. Well, these guys do. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it very much.
We're older than you think we are. We just look young.
Just look that way. That's the 5th time in my life I ever danced. So.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Who's next, Judge?
Okay, next up. Now who? Y'all, who is next? We're on the honor system
We were
here.
here with Frank. Yeah, to support Frank. Okay. We're from Butterfield.
Right, right. You're on the honor system here. Just get up and whoever is next.
Well, I have big shoes to fill after that speech. But here we go. How are y'all today?
Just fine.
Yeah.
Packet's thicker.
Most of you might already know who I am, Melinda with Heritage Park, here representing them. I am here today to ask for help for the repair of our main facility roof. Our repairs are not covered by insurance, so to keep this facility going and functional, we need to get our roof fixed. As you see in your packet, there's lots of pictures of the leaks that we're having, that we're dealing with. Our facility, I feel, brings in a lot of people to Cooke County. They stay a lot here in Gainesville. We probably have people around 60,000 people a year to come to the facility for all different events. So yeah, we're looking for some help for the roof. Do you guys have any questions or?
Is it got age or is it damage due to a storm?
Sir?
What caused the damage? Is age or a storm or?
I feel like it's age, yeah. You know, after 13
It
years,
seems-
it starts just like a home.
It seems brand new, you know.
Well, you would think, but time flies as
Yeah.
I get older, let's say that. So.
I mean, really, it seems 3 years old.
Yeah. So, yeah, we've got to get these issues taken care of to keep our facility functional, to keep people coming. I will add, I want to thank you for the money that we got last year to help with our sign. That was a huge help, so we appreciate you for that.
What's going to be its main attraction in the future?
Sir?
What's going to be the main attraction, the main use in the future?
As always, it's the large event, it's events. We do anywhere from festivals to weddings so we have from small to large throughout the whole year. We have a lot of our organizations that use it, our fire departments that put on events to help raise money for themselves, things like that. We have a new event that's coming in starting this year. It's you've probably heard of it. It's the Vintage Market Days. They were in Denton years back, then they went to Decatur, and now they're wanting to house in our facility and come back to us every year because of the size that we can offer. We can support it. They actually are changing their name to make it North Texas Vintage Market. So that's going to bring a lot of people in.
Yeah, they're not even moving in the fall.
Really? Huh. So I'm excited to have them. It'll be fun.
Close.
Questions?
What is that?
No questions? All right.
I think you dazzled them.
Okay. Well, thank you, folks. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Judge Roan and members of the Commissioners Court. I'm Donna New, board member and treasurer of the Cooke County Fair Association. And I want to introduce my fellow board member with me today, Henry Kohler. We are here to present a hot funding request for building improvements to the Cooke County Fairgrounds facilities. And we're asking the Commissioners Court to consider our application for funding totaling $100,000. Several times in the past few years, we've been approached by small livestock breeders and county agricultural teachers with a request to add concrete to our fair barn. Currently, the area where the small animal pens are housed during shows is a red sand and clay mixture for its base. And many of the livestock shows and sales that we have in the barn use shavings for their animals' bedding. This makes cleanup time very consuming for our renters. And so we feel like an additional 6,750 square foot area of concrete would improve our clients' cleanup process and provide sanitation between the animal breeds and protect their livestock from illnesses. With that, our complete project would consist of that 6,750 square feet of concrete, which is averaged around $81,000 in cost. An installation of 4-inch drains to clean the concrete surface and improve temporary wash bay water supply areas for $6,500. Purchasing 8 galvanized wash pins and gates to free up current pins and gates that we use to build those when someone's using the facility. And those run around $4,050. And then additional gravel to kind of finish up some parking areas, reconstruct a portion of the driveway that the trailers use to get back onto the west side of the barn, and then put down a new base in the cattle pen area that's outside. That's another $8,450. We feel like as a board that this project would open up new opportunities for the Fair Barns rental to be used by non-livestock events like corporate meetings, training events, flea markets. We've had calls for family reunions and other events. The Cooke County Fair Association boasts a long tradition of serving the youth organizations of the county and the surrounding area at no charge for their facility. And with support from the Commissioners Court granting our hot fund requests in the past, we have been able to make improvements to better that facility for the citizens of Cooke County. Do y'all have any questions on what we're looking at?
I think we're all pretty familiar with the.
Yeah.
Y'all have any questions?
Okay. Well, if not, I thank you for your opportunity to apply for the grant again this year.
Certainly.
And appreciate your time. And if any of y'all would like to come visit the facility at some time and see what we've done with our hot funds money in the past few years, we'd be more than happy to have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And who's next? Would that be you, Kathy? What?
I'm just gonna give you this and then you can hand it. It's not bribery. If you don't have enough.
Do, oh.
Here I am. Can you hear me now? I'm on my tiptoes. I'm as far as I can.
Just pull it closer to you, Kathy.
Yeah.
Here it is.
It should be.
No. Okay. All right. First of all, I want to say, of course, I'm Kathy Falker, and I'm the Morton Museum Director. And I just want to say thank you for all the past years that you have provided us with money. Since 2020 to 2024, we've had our roof repaired. We've had new lighting. We have a new mural. We have also had the office repaired. We've had the outside of our building, which is just wonderful because it was decaying and it was getting to the time that we didn't know what was going to happen. And now the inside of the building is complete. It's all bright and cheery, and we're just proud. So this year, what we're doing, if you'll notice, we're not asking for that huge amount. We're just asking that we're going to start and direct our attention more on marketing and providing more programs and events and this kind of thing. Our building's ready for a new beginning, and so that's what we're going to try to do. But we have reached more, I would say, way over 1,000 people in the last year have been in and out of the museum and the depot. And so I also have the depot. I'll talk to the mayor about that in a minute. So it's really a lot of fun, and I hope sometime you will all come visit us. And we're working on, you know, I have a special thing down there. It's called saloons, and you never know how many saloons were in Gainesville and the outskirts of our town. So I'm only asking for $14,000, which in the past we've asked for over $100,000. So hopefully we can be granted that money. So, any questions?
Had you all ever thought about expanding?
We have no room to expand.
I mean, but if you ever did, do you?
The only way we can expand is go to the north where our garden area is.
Or another building.
Could you expand across the street?
Yes, we could do that. As long as that, yeah, if y'all grant us that and smile upon us with, you know, yeah. We would love to have just for research. You would not, you just don't realize how many people come in to do research or calls. In fact, I got 2 today. They want to know who lived in what house and what was on this street and that kind of thing. So we're, you know, we really have that. We've expanded our research. So, but yes, it would be great to have that, and maybe we could get some of our buildings that we have with storage. We have several that we would love to maybe, you know, across the street would help us out that way too.
Are you leaving or is Misty?
No, Misty did. I know. I've had several say, well, what are you going to do for retirement? I'm going, I'm not going anywhere.
It was one of y'all and I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, she's been with me she's been there for 17 years and yeah. She came the year after I started the first time. And then I was gone for a while. And then she came.
So
But
what's
she's
she
been.
doing?
She is working for a church in Denison. So she's going to be starting there pretty quick. So she took a little time off. So, uh-oh. She's crooking her finger at me. Any questions?
No, thank you, and thank you for what you do. Next?
I think Tommy's next.
No,
No, wait a
who's
minute.
next before Tommy?
Uh,
I'm just kidding.
Who are you?
I'll sit here, I don't care.
Wait, it's either you or Johnny. Which one of you?
I was here first.
Were you here
No.
first? All right. Go for it.
I'm Jason.
He knows it requires pictures.
Good to meet you, sir. Good to meet you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That's unacceptable.
Now keep it in order.
So what I wanted to share with you here today, a little something that since last year, we were invited this year to go to the first ever Medal of Honor Summit. The Medal of Honor Society, which was the right people to host this, held this summit in DC, and we went up there on Medal of Honor Day, and we're part of this group. And I gave you the agenda for the night before they have their Citizens Awards, which we were invited to go to at the new Army Museum, and then the next day we were at the Capitol building attending this summit. You'll see the list of museums that we were invited to be part of, and we're now part of that network. Army, Marine, World War II, World War I. I mean, the Pritzker Museum out of Chicago. We're shoulder to shoulder with them now in this museum here at North Central Texas College. So I was just talking to our curator out in the hallway. He was going to come up and be in the meeting with me today and help present, but he had to get back for another meeting. But it looks like the building will be open in October. Obviously, we don't know if we're going to fully open until our event in April. But anyway, to let you know, our college campus on average has about 120,000 people that come across the campus each year for different reasons, whether it's a UIL event or an athletic event or students. So Dr. Wallace and I talked about this museum being a destination point for the university. And so we want to make this a first-class facility, and if you haven't driven by it in the last week or so, they've closed in the soffits now, and so it doesn't have that pink that you see in the very first photo there. It's now covered up with a nice brown soffit that is on the pictures later in the back. But this year we're asking for $50,000 to go towards our flag area. That's a piece that we were asked to continue to raise funding for. Flag Plaza, that's the technical name for it. So anyway, I just want to share with you where we have been in the last 12 months since we last visited, and y'all have any questions for me?
It has nothing to do with funding or anything, but with the Medal of Honor Museum that's going in Arlington. that help or hurt, or y'all work together?
We're working together.
Because I
They
saw-
were at the same meeting.
Okay. I saw where one of their buses was in the,
Yes, we
brought
worked
them.
with them for our parade coming up from DFW. They participated in our, what do you call it, motorcade coming up from DFW.
so it does, it's a complimenting thing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. What they're doing is they're honoring the medal itself. I mean, their museum will be all about the medal and the Medal of Honor. Ours is going to be a more intimate setting towards getting to know these Medal of Honor recipients from their birth all the way through the end of their life. You know, like we want to tell Joe Foss's story. You know, he went on to become the first AFL football commissioner, and then he became, was he the governor of, is it South Dakota? Or, anyway, we want to tell those stories.
I knew it was a competition. I just
Right.
wondered how y'all fit together, how y'all, being so close together, how it worked.
Well, as you can see in that last picture, that's me and Tim from Hicks, who's our curator. He came to us from the Alamo Museum, so he's got some street cred there. And then in the middle is Britt Slavinsky, which is the current president of the Medal of Honor Society. So Britt's mission is to unify us all and have us working together and not have us competing against one another. I mean, all of us. And so it was really cool. This next year, we'll be going to Philadelphia to do it there.
Wow.
So,
That's awesome.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a lot of work over the last 10 years building these relationships with the society. It was really exciting when we were introduced. They said this is a friend of the Medal of Honor Society. So nobody else got introduced that way. I know that's kind of silly, but it makes you feel good to see that we definitely are seen in a friendly nature.
What are you gonna do to attract attention? You know, your recipients are getting fewer and fewer, and doesn't seem to be a pipeline
Sure.
bringing them in. There's probably, how many attend the parade each year now?
This last year we had 5.
5, okay.
So there's 62 living Medal of Honor recipients, and roughly 1/3 of those are ambulatory. The rest are pretty much
Right.
either stay close to home or can't travel at all. I'm just being open here. So as long as our Vietnam guys are around, which there's still plenty of those guys, we're going to continue to do the program the way we are. But the reality is that once the Vietnam guys are gone, there's only 17. And those young guys are going to be in high demand, and we're going to be lucky to get 1 a year or 2 a year. And we'll have to pay them.
I know it's too early to tell since the facility's not finished yet, but the kind of people you attract, are they more of the older group, or what do you do to attract the younger people to show I'm glad that you got the museum in the stage that it's in now,
Sure.
so that, you know, the interest can be built before
Absolutely.
the older guys go away, but
We're spending between $25,000 to $35,000 a year right now on video archiving. So we are getting as much as we can, including traveling out. We went out this year and did an interview with Bob Modreski out in San Diego. Bob is just as spry as he was when he was 20. You know, he's 90 years old, but his wife is not ambulatory, so he stays really close to her. I'm not even sure he still plays golf, but he is as fit as a fiddle and looks as good as he ever did, but he's not going to leave his wife. And, you know, there's no children to them. There's nothing, there's no family left beyond him and his wife. So, you know, you have to look at those guys like that. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to gather as much of that data. And these are personal stories and stories about who they are as people, not just the medal. Because we want to tell their stories, and we want to continue to share the story over generations, you know, beyond us. And that was the reason for the museum. It wasn't so that we got a beautiful building that we can show all these cool pictures. It's to honor what this program did for the last 23 years and share it with our grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I mean, that's the mission of the museum. Obviously, our outreach is towards youth. I mean, you've met a lot of these, John, these guys. They don't want to talk to me and you.
Yeah.
They're tired of our stories. They want to talk to these little kids, you know. And if you go over there
They
on...
go to schools and...
Exactly. And that's the first thing they ask. Where are we going? What school are we going to? And what time do we get to the tree ceremony? Because that's where all the kids come and meet them. And they just light up. So that's really the mission of what we do. It's the youth. I mean, obviously there's a lot of people of different generations that have interest in history. But the youth of America, and that was one of the things that was communicated to us at this summit was... Brett Slavinsky says, you know, I'm tired of walking up and seeing men not open doors for women. I'm tired of not hearing thank you. I'm tired of not hearing people say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They want to see us actively involved of growing the character of the people that live in our communities. And that's what it's going to require of us moving forward. Not just the Medal of Honor and bringing those guys here and having them, you know, put their medal on and
Thank you. I believe downtown development probably is about next.
I think most of you know me. If you don't, well, you come down this much, the rest of you don't care. Anyway, John Leftwich, I represent downtown beautification. Some of you have already been through this. Number two, very little changes as far as the work that's been done. We made a little change on the, you know, some of the plants around the courthouse itself. We had a great idea. We thought we planted some plants that would come back. That didn't happen, so we had to make a change. And you can see the plants and the planters, especially around the monuments. This year we planted some hibiscus plants. A little more in cost, but actually they covered more, so we didn't have to spend as many. We didn't have to spend as much, so dollar-wise we come out about the same. But I think it gave us a little more color. The blends of the plants are nice size of your hand. I think you can see that even in some of the pots around the courthouse. They have one of those plants in the center of it. It's going to bring the plants a little more. The dollar amount is exactly the same that we're asking for. We've invested the last 2 years, $5,600. For somebody that may or may not been here long enough, we started out about, I want to think it's 3 years ago, I believe 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, and we just took the pots that we found and went from scratch, cleaned those out, cleaned them up, and started over. And then initially we asked for a new, folks were kind enough to grant us, I believe it was $7,500. But after we got all those up in shape, we got all the new soil, whatever, we did not need that much money. So from year 2 on, we've asked for $5,600, and that's been fine. Some of you may or may not be aware of the young man that takes care of them. Shall we say, a relation. He's my grandson. He works for me in a business, but also for information's sake, I think I've told you before, but he's on my payroll, so in case he stumbled down out here, I take care of that. You don't have to be worried about that. You know, that always comes into play. But that's pretty well my story. I think we've got off to a good start. Of course, the rain we had, I think, contributed to a lot of that. But now we're down to water quite a bit. because as you know, down through the years, that funds goes to the Chamber of Commerce. You don't mail me or the store or anything. But if you got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. The little form I filled out is just very simple. It's just, that's what it's for, beautification. But if you got a question or two, be glad to answer it. I think that the number's adequate, and we try to stay within that and go from there.
My only question was gonna be to see if that was enough money, because you've been holding constant there for so many years.
Yes, the only thing that really I'd like to see done, and actually that is not, well, I say it's not in my jurisdiction. We have in some areas on their campus of the courthouse, we've got some pretty good starts of some grass cover there. And, but now, I'm sure you, Jim, are well aware, there is a sprinkler system in the ground. There has been for several years. Now, I do not know where it come from. I don't know why it's going on. I don't know if it's broken down or what. But I'm not, I have no knowledge of that, so I could not do anything about it. Actually, it's kind of a personal thing. I'd like to see that maybe looked into to see. I'm sure somebody's going to spend some dollars somewhere. I don't know. It's been in the ground for some time, but it hadn't been used. But I think you can see now with 100-degree weather that grass is beginning to turn yellow pretty quick. And since that system is there, I think that would really add to the landscaping of the courthouse. But now that's not actually my agenda. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention that because that would still take the next level, I think, if that could be looked into. But that we're able to do with what we need to do with that amount of money. We stay within that, and the labor comes from the chamber member that backs that. So actually the money that the county gives us goes for plants, fertilizer and stuff like that. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. You can look out, you go out any door, you can see where your money is, and you go out any door. But if there's no questions, well, I'll go away.
Looks good. Thank you for all you do for us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Johnny.
The focal point of downtown, we want to look like, we want to represent as well. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going back to Shelley, or what are we doing?
That'll look like it.
What time was all that supposed to start earlier?
Well,
That was supposed to start 2:45, so we're a little, I mean, it's whatever y'all want to do. I'll go home, or I'll listen to our wonderful Shelley. What'd she bring us?
What is this? Oh, my word. I'm not sure what all this is. But you got to get one of each, right?
Ooh, glasses cleaner, I need
I
that.
need that. Anything else in there?
is that freebies?
I don't know if we can take
You gotta
that.
pay for yours, Judge.
Oh, dude. Gladly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anything different?
Can you hear that, Shelley, or?
Yeah.
Pass it down. Pass it down. Pass it down.
We got all the gold plated stuff. Is there enough? Did you end up with enough, or the eyeglasses?
Pass those. We got
All right. Where were we when we were so rudely interrupted?
pass those down. There you go. Adam, throw those down to Pam and Chelsea. I need a glasses cleaner up here.
I need some younger eyeballs. My glass cleaner.
Loving this hair, aren't you?
I think we're gonna see if we can finish Shelley up.
Instead of going, well,
Since we're in the
I guess
middle
we're
of
on
it.
camera, I was gonna say, instead of getting a haircut at lunch, I went and took care of my mother's grave
You
side.
didn't come get your
Suits
sandwich.
me.
Huh?
You didn't come get your sandwich.
I know, I didn't even eat.
What page is this on? Anybody on it on the computer? What page is Shelley's stuff on? Oh, it's day three.
Auditor.
Yeah, I gotta regroup here for some day three stuff. Day three outside, day three packing. You've been eating all day.
I have, I gotta sit here and snack and get sugar and all that, or all.
Reminds me of the way it used to be. Everybody had M&Ms and cake and hamburgers. They had everything.
Forget her. You tried. She tried to give you the goodie bag.
Are you ready?
You bet.
You bet.
Take us back to where we need to be.
00465. Jury.
Was that after or before?
It's after 409.
Oh, gotta back up. 409. And where are you now?
001465.
Oh, okay. I'm there.
I didn't make any changes to that budget. Uh, 019 FM and Lateral Road. I just budgeted what the fund balance was. Fund, Permanent Improvement Fund 35. Maintenance has asked for 2 3-ton split AC units for Prosperity Bank, 1 2.5-ton split unit for Prosperity, 4 4-ton split units for the jail, and 2 4-ton split units for the annex. 91,500, but I always budget 200,000, so I didn't change that budget.
So some of what was spent last year on AC stuff will actually, we can defer it over to Prosperity Bank.
Well, I mean, whatever we've only spent 82, well,
Yeah.
that's a lie. Or that's an untruth, I should say.
Okay.
Let's see.
I lost her.
We have spent 32,700 for air conditioners this year.
Okay.
And again, like I said, on the property insurance, I went up more than 10% because the property insurance came in higher. And that covers heavy equipment and property. But the heavy equipment is charged to y'all's budgets. So this is just property.
What line are you in now, Shelley? Where'd you go?
504, 035, 516, 504.
Okay, I got you.
And since we lost our TAC representative, I hadn't gotten the phone call that says, oh, you need to budget 50% more.
Only because there's nobody there to call.
That property insurance deals with that 178 split between the four of us.
No, that's just property. The others, the heavy equipment comes out of your budget under general liability. This is just property.
Okay.
Fund 48 is records management that we used to, out of Pam's $25, we used to get $22.50 and she got $2.50. And then the legislation changed it to where she gets it all. So this is where like shredding and permanent boxes are bought from, and the fund is dwindling down to, this is the county portion, not Pam's portion. So this fund is dwindling, but, so I didn't change the budget on that. We paid off our debt this year in February, so we have no more debt.
The bond is paid for.
But I went ahead and budgeted $500 just in case the bank sends us a bill for fiscal fees or not.
What was our annual debt service payment over the last 150 years?
At least 800,000. Minimum, I mean, a little less than that, but mostly 800,000.
800,000 a year, but it changed since we paid down our principal, or paid, yeah.
Well, you pay all the interest first and then pay the principal.
How many years did we pay that?
20.
20?
Ever since I've been here. Been steady paying.
Fund 40 is the law library, and so we budget office supplies. We budget for, they have a subscription to Westlaw, and it increases 5% every year per the contract. And then we budget computer expense in case that computer in that room there needs to be,
I hadn't flipped the page yet.
a new one needs to be bought or something happens to that one. And then Fund 42 is the historical commission's money they make on fundraising. So like a few years ago, they did a 2-part book on historic places in the county, and they sold those. And so whatever money they brought in went into this fund, and so I budget it in case they need to buy a marker or something.
I don't guess I ever realized they brought in revenues. I thought it was always they were asking us for money to,
It was when Kit put that book together,
that's it. The rest of the time we've spent 200 or 300 here and there for markers, right?
and people paid for advertising. Yeah. I didn't change anything in my budget. Ray Roberts, I didn't change anything, the same budget, $1,500. I think that's all of mine.
For that, I would like to put some money in that this upcoming year. I'm gonna need some assistance with, some kind of zoning lawyer or advisor or something to help, with the rewriting of some of our regulations to get rid of some gaps and some weak spots that we have.
You want it in that department or non-departmental with legal services?
Whichever.
Should we put it P&Z, just see what it's costing us out of the P&Z? Just
Can.
for tracking?
Okay.
I don't, this is gonna sound crazy, but, my kind of thought, just to be safe, would be to maybe put like, because I'll need to maybe redo some books and stuff after that, so maybe like $10,000. I might not spend, but maybe 2,500 of it, but I'd like to have some cushion.
I don't think that'll touch it if they do much of a rewrite.
Well,
Because it
I
cost a
think-
bunch of money the first time it was written.
Yeah, I know, y'all spent like $100,000 on it, $200,000 on all of it. Something, I just need to be able to have somebody help us when we do those workshops that just knows zoning.
It'd be nice though if you could go through and highlight what your concerns are and let.
Absolutely.
Address that.
I'm gonna do all the legwork and all the spots that, I now have a resident who, she's becoming a zoning expert on this stuff. And we're working together to hit these spots, but I'm gonna need somebody to kind of guide and help, and then we can even rewrite them. I need some help. I mean, if I could put 7,500 in there, that would be great. But, you know, to reprint some of these books and stuff, we're probably looking at, $700 or $800
Of
a
course,
loan
you're
right
gonna have
there.
to look, make sure you don't affect somebody's already grandfather, stuff like that, so.
Yeah. Probably gonna be more about our special use permits, processes for that. Yeah, anyways, I can go into the weeds, but I'd like to put some money in there.
That's another meeting.
Yeah, it's 5 other meetings. I had thought about 10, but, if y'all don't like that idea, I would settle for, maybe like 7,500 just to be safe. Probably won't spend much of it, but I need to be prepared. Thoughts from the gallery?
Suits me.
Is that for legal or just for printing?
It would be legal, and then maybe bump up our, we don't have a printing, I was gonna say, maybe do like 9 to legal. We don't have legal help either.
Contract services, isn't it, Shelley? What's that?
Oh, yeah, that
Put
would
as
be-
legal
No, there's a line for legal.
on P and Z.
Well, I can add one.
And then maybe like 800 for printing, or 1,000 for printing, I mean.
1,000 for books?
Yeah, or 700.
Are they gonna be like little tiny books?
No, they're,
Those those got the plastic spirals and.
look just like our subdivision guidelines, got a whole.
Or our 911 books, kind of. that-
Well, the 911 books cost like $10,000 to print.
Well, I'm not gonna print that many. I mean, I would just print like, 25 of each or something. People can print them online, but like for us, for our board members and judge's office and my office and Kathy, it's nice to have a nice spiral bound, colored, 2-sided book. So like 10,000 total, 9 to legal and 1,000 printing.
Okay.
How long do we have to have a P and Z? Forever?
Forever. If we got rid of it, it would make a huge mess. Property values.
Yeah.
But it'd make your job easier.
It would make my job very easy. I'd have one of y'all's jobs. I'm teasing. I do spend a lot of time with that P&Z. All right, move on, sorry.
Anybody else have anything?
You done with all yours? Okay.
Yes. I mean, I'm still waiting on the appraisal district, I'm still waiting on health insurance for retirees. So there's some stuff I haven't filled in yet, but.
Okay, with that, I can see us adjourning at 15:31.